Tá dando fuga, vai. Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Tá dando fuga, vai. Dando fuga, vai. Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to North American Game Changers Swiss Stage. My name is Gompers, and alongside me is Ash. And today we're actually taking you through the entirety of today's round 2, which is super exciting. Ash, I'm excited. Energy is definitely high for me. How are you feeling?
I'm stoked. It was such a good start to GC last week. So I'm excited to get into round 2. Swiss Stage is always a bit of fun here, Gompers, as well, because these teams get a little bit of that time to continue to cook throughout the week, right? Before their next match, instead of, those matches that you have to bang out back to back to back. So it's going to be exciting for sure.
Oh, absolutely. And I know you got a little bit of the action last week, of course. I do want to get into all the teams that actually qualified coming into the Swiss stage, which is super exciting. We have teams that are actually coming back, like Cloud9. There's teams that have been here for quite a while and that are extremely dominant of Shopify Rebellion Gold. So I don't know. It's pretty cool, Ash. For you did get to see a bit of some of these teams. I mean, I want your take. Is it looking good? Are we getting excited? Are the teams really stepping up here?
I think teams are really stepping up. I think we got really lucky with some of the matches that we got last weekend, especially on the mainstream with how close they were. I think overall, though, Gompers, I feel like this is some of the most roster mania that we've seen in GC in a while, especially when we've talked about how there's like a little bit of that tier break previously in Game Changers, right? Between like the top teams who are constantly in like that top 4 for the playoffs of the main event versus teams who are slowly but surely always trying to like climb and close that experiential gap. But Gompers, when you take a look at a lot of the free agent teams that we're even seeing here, a lot of them are coming from teams that were either previously signed players who have been at that top level, or if like even if it wasn't necessarily like a signed team, like you also have like MVSK Secret has players like Australis, like Starbound, who have also just been on teams like Wadada, who have been at that top level. So I think it's really fun to see that this last stage of Game Changers now that we're heading into for this year is probably one of the most competitive stages that we're going to be seeing.
Competitive, absolutely, especially in regards to like, you know, roster changes that have been made, things that are quite surprising, honestly, like new IGLs now coming into surface. So I'm definitely super excited to see where these teams are going to go throughout the entirety of this Swiss stage. Maybe they'll make it to that main stage as well. But as for the format, for you guys who are watching, who are kind of confused, like, hey, what's going on? What is the Swiss stage? We're going to break it down for you. So obviously there are points that you will be earning throughout the entirety of this stage. And yeah, I mean, Ash, listen, you know better than I do. So
guys, I know it's a lot that we're looking at here. And overall, I think the main thing that you guys have to keep in mind is the fact that it's you win 4, you get to advance the playoffs, you'll lose 4, and you're out. Like, very simple math on that front in that kind of case. And I think like the other, I will say just, I don't think you guys don't pay crazy attention to some of the team codes that you're seeing on those screens. This is simply for us to break down the graphic for you guys. This is not, we are not this deep in Swiss stage. It's just week 2. So don't worry too much if you're a little bit confused why you're maybe not seeing your team on there or anything like that. But Gomps, I think that the other format thing that I wanted to talk to you about was the fact that for this week, this is the last week that we're also going to be on the previous patch. So they're playing with that old map pool the last week where you can continue to maybe like maybe try to like even hide some of the maps who are going to be staying in the pool as we get deeper into the competition. So it's going to be interesting to see, I think, the approach that the teams take today, whether it's going to be them leaning into maps that we're going to be seeing as the competition continues to go on, or if they're going to try to hide things and play out on maps like Fracture.
I agree. I think that in itself isn't trusting. I don't know if from some perspective, like some teams definitely don't like to show their cards too soon. Shopify, Rebellion Gold being one of them. They really like to keep each and every strat deep in their pockets for when they really need them. So I'm kind of hoping we keep it to the comfort levels, because right now, I mean, you really don't want to be losing, especially for those that are 0-1 right now. So I'm hoping we do get to see some familiarity, but otherwise, kind of moving on to a recap. Of course, last week we did actually get to see a bit of familiarity there in regards to maps and teams, actually. So Cloud9 came back, right? They made a Game Changers team. It feels very, very familiar. You know, they were here when I first started, and they're here now again. So it's quite cool to see. But you know, and in regards to those last games, some teams did end up facing each other. Everyone, actually. Sorry, I'm literally just spilling random stuff at this point. But yeah, Cloud9 went up against it was Rozo, and then it was Catface versus Sad Game Changers yesterday on the mainstream here.
Yeah, it was last week. I think that it was really, really close. Like, honestly, we couldn't have gotten some, like, but it was hard to get better matches for mainstream. I feel like it's always a little bit, like, tough for first round of Swiss 2 because you have, you know, like, the seeding going into it and whatnot. But overall, let's take a look at that graphic again, guys, because we just want to make sure that we touched it up for you guys. Big shout out to our production in the back for working on it. So as a little refresh, yes, we are currently now in round 2 of Swiss, all to be determined going forward as far as other matches that are gonna be seen here as we continue on. But yeah, again, if you missed it earlier, Win 4 to move on, lose 4 if you want to go home.
Yeah, they accidentally showed the script last time, guys. Sorry. It's it's looking a lot better now, but this is good. Now we're actually able to see who kind of lost and who won here. Obviously, the top 4 being C9 and Fly, Swim Sad, SRG, Sentinel Otters, and Axolotls and MVSK. So kind of cool. Already kind of getting a hint for the teams that are dominating right now within this stage.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's just going to be cool to see how some of these puggier teams like Axolotl, like Himmers, how deep they're able to get into the competition with such stacked rosters, but not necessarily having maybe like the structure that they've played with previously, but really relying just on like just their skills and just previous experience within the competition. I think it's going to be fun to see how those puggier teams end up stacking up against our teams that have stuck together over the last couple of splits. But I think that the change is really exciting, Gompers, and it's always a really good sign and signal for like how this space is continuing to grow and getting new talent up into the fray, like mixing with old veteran talent. That's also how we see these players get better and better over time here as well.
Yes. Better and better over time, obviously, is kind of the way that everyone wants to go, which is good. A lot of teams have been scrimming a lot more, which is super cool. But all in all, moving forward, I do want to see what exactly we're going to be looking at today. We do have 2 teams of which we haven't seen on the mainstream just yet, but now we are going to be able to, right? It's going to be super exciting. Shopify Rebellion Gold versus Sentinel Otters. And of course, on that side streams, we're going to be seeing Cloud9 GC, FlyQuest Red, or a Temper versus Revitalize, and Himmers versus Eternal Focus. So if you guys are interested in any of these matches, there are the streams right below. All in all, I am really looking forward to this match that we're seeing here with Shopify, right? And Sen Otters. Sen Otters is a team that's actually been really on the come up here, Ash.
Yeah, they really have. I think it's been a little bit tough for Sen Otters as well, which we'll dive into that a little bit more as the day does go on. But we do have a lot of fun matches here today. I think, you know, the match that you got going on Radiant on the Radiant GG stream is also going to be absolutely insane. So make sure that you guys have these all open on the side so you can catch all of the Valorant action here for GC. But I'm just excited to get things kicking, Gomps, heading into today.
Absolutely. And kick in, we will. A team that has been incredibly strong throughout the entirety of Game Changers for the last couple years, right? Shopify Rebellion Gold. We're going to take a look into the roster that we know and love, but it's not looking quite familiar anymore. There's 2 new additions coming in. It's Vanitas and Glowstick to kind of take place, right? So it is awesome. Alexa's still into that IGL role, but there is some unfamiliarity, but also some familiarity, right? We did get to see a little glimpse of Alexis did post a YouTube video of the comms and what they were looking like lately, and it doesn't really feel like there's anything missing, Ash.
No, I mean, these players are all familiar with each other, right? Like they know each other. They're at the top of the echelon when it comes down to Game Changers scene. And these are 2 players where I think it's kind of fun seeing them join SRG, right? Because as Swim Track Blue, they were the ones who were able to take that win during last stage for GC, and now for SRG, they have to find replacements, right, for the holes that were left by Sarah, by Mel, and Lydia, who of course had subbed in during the last stage. And who better to do it than Vanitas and Glowstick? Like, they were absolutely insane on Swim Track, and I think it works really nicely because they both have experience playing together as well. I feel like it does make it a little bit easier to work these 2 players into this core of SRG, since they also have that synergy that they've built up over time too.
Oh, absolutely. And it's easy when you have Alexis, right? An IGL that absolutely knows what they're doing. They've followed under the wing of Mel, still gaining some of that assistance from the coach, and now kind of coming into this role very, very well. Honestly, it doesn't feel like there's too much difference with the calling. So it's pretty cool to see Shopify still sticking to like that dominance that they've stuck to before. But we have our second team that they're going up against, and that's going to be Sentinel Otters, a team that has been on the come up as of lately, a team that has been making a name for themselves. And I love the animal vibe that we're getting here. I guess it makes sense because it is the Otters, but I love it.
Super cute, super cute. That is for sure. Sun Otters is a squad that I think they really impressed us under the Blue Otter banner during kickoff at the beginning of this year, Gompers. And during the last stage, we had high expectations for them as well, right? And I think that for Sun Otters, they didn't necessarily find the results that they were looking for during playoffs, right? They managed to get in that 5th, 6th spot, but they obviously, after doing so well in kickoff, wanted to make an even bigger statement. And I think heading into this final stage for this year as well, especially with maintaining the same core and adding Invert on, who had played during the last 2 days of playoffs during the last split, they want to make an even better run with this team, right? And we've had some changes with like the IGL, Oasis stepping in, no longer Battison. I think these are like really major changes for these 2 teams that have been at the top of the GC game for this year thus far. And it's going to be interesting to see how it impacts their performance, if there is going to be a little bit of that fall, if the adjustments are going to work really well, if it's going to be seamless. And getting to see like the journey for all of them is going to be really fun in Sentinel Otters. I think these are changes that were honestly necessary for this squad, and it's going to help out a lot taking that pressure off of Battison, who's entering and was previously IGLing at the same time.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I like that you said that makes so much sense for Battison to be able to just really focus up on playing the game that they play best, and then Oasis kind of taking a new role and honestly a new agent as well. So kind of excited to see how that's going to work out, but we do have the map picks and bans for you guys to view. I am excited because we did get to see SRG play against this team previously, of course, under different IGL leadership. Mel was in at the time, so it was quite different, but the score was a little rough, right? And we're seeing the same maps as before. Actually, Haven being the only one here that we had seen them play together against. Of course, there being familiarity, I'm sure, with Alexis playing against this team and being able to really do a deep dive. So I don't know. Haven, you know, that is also a map favorite. You know, Ash, for SRG, it's not really something that I'm like, oh, you know, this is a bit scary. But for Sentinel Otters to pick this, it has to mean, you know, they've really worked on this.
Yeah, I think for Haven, it does make sense for Sun Otters picking into that because of how comfortable they've been on it historically. And then also like into, I think, this matchup here as well. It just generally makes sense. Like Sun Otters, they saw that 13-1 that SRG got on Lotus versus Revitalize, and they were like, yeah, no, we're good on that one. But overall, I think just taking a look at this veto, it does give you that idea also that, okay, we're leaning into those comfort picks. We're seeing maps that we're going to continue to see as the competition goes through. And this is bread and butter Valorant. This is taking me back to like the OG days if we're looking at like a best of 3 pool to see in this head-to-head. And I think I'm just honestly really excited to see what is going to be brought to the table, because it's almost like hard to make a read at the same time, Gompers, when these teams have gone through it. It's like so many changes. Like even though Sun Otters is like that same core, even with Invert, who had subbed in for them the last couple of days last split, it's also still new leadership, right? And like that does change so much for how a team is structured and everything like that. So I think that this Swiss stage is going to be like a really big like learning period for us as well, to see how both of these teams are now adjusting to those changes that they made in hopes of, you know, finding better results and finding the footing that they're looking for heading into this final split.
Yeah, footing being made now, though. Okay, we've kind of loaded up, and I'm interested. I think this is kind of cool, to be honest. Battison, I mean, nothing new. Battison, of course, playing into that duelist role, but, you know, we did talk briefly about Oasis. Now I'm trying to find, you know, their difference in their roles and playing into that IGL role. So seeing them play onto the Cypher is quite interesting. I like this. I mean, it's different.
It is. I mean, I think both of these teams did play Haven, so this is just about what we expected as far as like composition goes. It's more like I really wonder how much the identities of these two teams have shifted over time with like the adjustments that they've gone through. It's gonna be fun seeing Lexi on the Omen, I think, as well. Like, she can play anything, right? But I also think now that's a lot of pressure on her. She's swapping off of her role as like the initiator. Now you also have like these 2 new players that you're working into your system after stepping into like this IGL period or this IGL responsibility as well earlier on this year. And I think it's going to be really cool to see how that ends up going. There's going to be a good understanding from both these teams as well for how they want to be playing for some of those win conditions here with the Phoenix. But I think the biggest shout out is honestly that Neon versus the Jet.
Yeah. The Neon versus the Jet. It's kind of crazy because, I mean, last time we did see SRG play this, like, we didn't even have a Phoenix. Like, it does feel like there's such a big difference in regards to, like, what we're really trying to run here, which I really like, but I don't know. I do really, really like the comp that we're seeing. I think Vanitas kind of emphasizing their role on that duelist role and making that, enforcing that double duelist to come out right now is quite interesting. So, I mean, all in all, we get into the game, guys. This is it. We're starting out our round 2 Swiss stage with that SRG and Sentinel Otters. But excitement, of course, stops for a second so that silence can take place. And it really is up to the information at this point, right? Getting the entry in, making sure that they know exactly what they're doing here for SRG. And they're very, very well, I mean, collided. It seems like they're just playing together, entering onto the site and making sure that this pistol round is there. So all in all, 4 players left alive and yeah, a dream. So round win for SRG.
I think that this gives you such like a good idea of, yes, we know that SRG have historically had explosive rounds, right? But it also gives you an idea of what kind of vibes I think Vanitas and Glowstick are going to be bringing to the table. Like, if we think back to what Swim Trek Blue looked like and what these 2 players were doing in the server last stage, it's that addition of, okay, SRG, you've got firepower that you're bringing to the table here with these 2 players, but it's also tempo. Like, they're 2 players who are so good at playing that kind of like scrappy, high play style, and it's gonna be fun to see 2 players who are now like also looking to keep up with, I think, the pacing that you see Dodonut going in at times here as well.
Mm-hmm. A slower pacing here up towards B, but that's good information. They already know someone's working their way up in A. Oh no.
They're trying to catch those rotations. I think expecting some of that defender-sided of aggression, right? This is something that Sun Otters has done historically, like those eco pushes, trying to look to death ball. SRG, I think they're just trying to buy time, see if Sun Otters will give them anything, and just playing really, really disciplined right now.
I think Oasis knows someone has to be watching this. But I like this. A slight rotation outside of B. They've made enough damage to make Oasis almost falter from the A sites. SRG very much keeping things intact. They have so much information and space.
Yeah, that they do. I mean, it's just one of those rounds where you're expecting, especially with how they're posturing in spawn right now, this is okay, we're all trying to die to this spike and not give Vanitas any more orbs, anybody else, honestly, any other orbs, with how quickly they're charging into that run it back. And of course, I don't know, it's just gonna poke and prod for a little bit of information and whatnot, but obviously not wanting to give that outlaw away.
I'm ready of the essence as well, shutting things down and almost immediately, and a gun to be picked up, but it doesn't matter, right? Time isn't really on their side this time around, and it is going to be going up, just kind of waiting alongside for anyone to make some noise. But yeah, already the second round loss of the pistol round, which is okay. I mean, there's some leeway there, but SRG, right? We've played on this map before, and it was like a 13-3, right? So I'm hoping we don't get too comfortable.
Yeah, we'll have to see how things end up looking afterwards. SRG, of course, they're one of those squads where they are going to be disciplined, right? They want to make a statement with every single win. So the too comfortable thing, it's not something that you see happen too often.
I'll show them.
But yeah, I think that was huge. Even though Vanitas isn't able to get a second, dying there gets that 5th orb on the table. He's now just 1 away. That's why they're prioritizing this C long control here as well, especially with the investment of what was being shown. But actually, sorry, I had to pause there because at first I initially thought it was the attacker-sided dark cover that had gone out, which I think it initially was, and then May threw a smoke on top.
That is so interesting.
I think it's the comfort of knowing that they have the opportunity to scale, right? While Noya's exploring on the other side of the map.
And there it goes as well, getting tagged, which is unfortunate, but nobody's holding onto the site. You know, already stepping back from it, allowing Vanitas to gather even more space and information. And I'm sure hearing more than just invert over towards that spawn side, so they're going to be able to play with that. I do like this lurk, though, that we're seeing from Noya. In due time, slowly but surely coming out. They just got to rely on Donut to keep this hold. And it's becoming a bit too late. They can't hold long enough. Noya taking their time, but at the end of the day, SRG winning every single fight. And Noya there to finish it off. So huge round win. Timing was big.
Yeah, I'm also just, I think, generally surprised to see Sen Otters trying to completely flood out through C2. Like, we didn't see garage control be contested afterwards. All just trying to flood out from the same angle. It was very comfortable for SRG to play that placement. They had those crossfires, the contact plays being held there as well, constantly refragging each other. And then, like you were saying, Noya is just right behind them, and they're buying all of the time that they possibly could. A little bit too much respect, I think, that was given there. But now onto an eco round here for Sen Otters.
And that's going to be damage to their economy. Huge despair, especially in this round. You know, losing a fourth one doesn't feel any good. So playing together up in mid, trying to gain some of that ground, because it does. I mean, SRG has had a lot of space in mid and A.
Yeah, that they do. That cam in short is always just so good for information here for Noya. Just giving that information of whether or not anybody has looked to push up, and otherwise it's a really good cam for just re-clear information as well, even if they didn't have an insert over on this A side. Just for future rounds, something to keep in mind. Great timing, just being able to tuck behind that drone, and that's also taking the timing where Avery is now looking to fall off of this site.
Timing is close. Avery getting a good shot at that. And unfortunately can't seem to keep the site at bay. But did their job, right? They've gotten their one. Noya's out of the mix. Now all it takes is just that retake potential here.
It's a great hot hands just to delay that push a little bit longer after the hot hands encounter had actually gone out over in hell. This crossfire is just about impossible to break, right?
Hot flash is scary too. That leaves Battison coming out, making sure that they can get whatever they please. And now playing as a team, I mean, it's really hard to play against SRG. I do like the formation. I think Sen Otters had like a good idea at heart, but they're just playing crossholds like crazy here.
Yeah, I agree. I think like you had the cloudburst that went out, invert trying to get out. The timing was honestly perfect out of that curveball from Battison alongside the paranoia from May as well. But it's just unfortunate they don't also have the weaponry for the sprays that were needed in that moment either. So really tough in that kind of regard. It looks like in this round though, Sen Otters, they want to be a little bit more proactive with the space that they're going to contest, which I do quite like over at this A side.
Yeah, more aggressive push this time, knowing they can at least get one, because there is always that slight push that Sentinel Otters like to play for. Now with weapons, they're losing out on Battison, who now is able to, I guess, maybe had their run it back before, but kind of waiting alongside to see what they can do. Peeking at the correct moment, making sure to apply that pressure here is going to be made. And the paranoia to make sure there's even more, but the flash leaves Vanitas' location out. And it doesn't matter. A 3K to still keep SRG in the game.
And Noya is just already here waiting for Invert, and Invert is so aware of it as well, but it doesn't even matter. A 5-0 start here for SRG. I think continuing to display why they've been one of the best teams in the GC scene so consistently. Now the added firepower here of Vanitas and Glowstick, I think that it has looked seamless. Granted though, Gompers, even though SRG are 5-0 right now, I don't feel like they're doing anything too crazy in the server, if I'm going to be honest. And that's not me downplaying, like, SRG. That's not me saying, like, oh, like, yeah, they're not doing anything too crazy. Like, they're not good. It's just that they're so good. It's really just very basic Valorant rounds that I feel like we're witnessing. And I do think that they're taking advantage of the fact that there are a lot of those moments where it feels like Sen Otters is giving SRG a lot of respect in the server. They're kind of just able to walk around.
You know what? And I want to give respect to Vanitas for a second, because we've seen Vanitas on Ghost Gaming, and a spectacular player all around, but to see them play at this level just because there's so much just assistance and respect on this team of SRG, it does feel like we're seeing a completely different person, especially on this Phoenix player. Like, positioning is perfect. It's favorable for a Phoenix. They're always being very hyper aware of their utility. They're helping the team. It's honestly extremely impressive.
This goes here.
Definitely is. Always fun to see Vanitas popping off in the server.
Yeah.
10-2 start here as well. I think like it just says so much about the value that you're going to be able to get out of your Phoenix in these moments as well.
Oh gosh. Yep, Dodo Nut already timing it. It's perfect. And it's just the util. Like, zoning them in. Now you've got the molly and the stun to keep them inside of that corner. It's like it should not be happening. And I completely, honestly, Ash, you spoke of the future because, like, they really aren't doing much. It's, like, you are correct.
It's not anything that's too crazy. It's just these very simple combinations that are working out perfectly for them every single time. And it's just moments like that, like the coordination that we're seeing here from SRG and being able to make the most out of it. But I do think, like, I like the adjustments that we're seeing from Zen Otter, right? The last round, sure, it was an eco, but it was a very different look from the ecos that we've seen previously. And they were preparing more for the gun rounds, but that is an adjustment in and of itself, right? They're getting a little bit more proactive. This time, it will be that search of information towards mid. It seems like Sen Otters have kind of pinpointed that they were lacking info of this space kind of early on, and that mid control being uncontested was something that was working out really nicely for SRG in the past. The blind Hunter's Fury going out honestly does not catch anyone, unfortunately, but good information nonetheless to be able to catch Noya off that one.
Not getting caught out. Okay, Alexis just knows what's going on at all times. Very hyper aware. And I like that. A big clearing of their flank, making sure the site is to be kept by Vanitas. The ultimate is good to keep themselves alive, maybe for just a bit longer. And Paranoid to keep things at bay. So SRG, they're fighting with everything they have to keep them in the game, but it's unfortunate. They hear that TP kind of coincide, and now they're waiting to take Vanitas out. So that crown is gained. This might be the time for Sen Otters to actually get their round in, but if Glowstick can keep this somehow, maybe it can work for them, and it won't. So finally putting themselves on the board.
Really nicely done there by Sen Otters, finding that success right off the back of that time out that they took during the previous eco. And that mid control, getting them that opportunity to find the rotation just a bit faster as well into those retakes, really denying SRG that opportunity from getting really too comfortable in the post plant, because they were able to pull Alexis away from that play there as well. She had stuck around towards long, knowing that there may be a flank incoming, looking to shut that down from Battison. And it changes things up a little bit. They're not able to have those crossfires that we saw working out so well for them in the first set.
This goes here.
The more players they have, better the formation is looking here for SRG. Of course, they have had many times where, you know, these fights break out over towards main. So I'm not judging them for their patience here. Kind of waiting to see what Avery's going to do once that dissipates. A bit scary, but Oasis isn't positioned to really help Avery here. So under that circumstance that a peek does come through, it really is just their fight to take on.
Take flight.
Information should be good. And the swim will come through. They're looking to keep the insert there from Dodo Nut. Just don't want to cut noise. Look to hit late, and I think Sen Otters, they're kind of aware of that. That's why you see them initially falling off, expecting maybe a burst execution to come on.
My wire.
But they're trying to kind of fiddle with the timing a little bit here on the side of SRG, especially with that lurk smoke going out here at B. Want to put a little bit more pressure here, force a rotation off.
Area.
I'm wondering, are they going to bite it, right? Sen Otters, they do have 2 players watching B. They're just waiting for that certain push to come through, but you got 5 players, 4 players moving in on you. It becomes almost impossible. Avery sitting down towards the back side, having to keep the site to themselves. And Sen Otters, they're slowly fighting back. And that player advantage is in fact theirs, but at this moment in time, one whiff really costs you the entirety of the round. They don't have the spike down. I don't think they can.
10 seconds left.
They can win this.
Oh, this is insane. Noya might be able to really just close it off.
Yeah, and she does, right? Like, do you know how well played that was? How good the comms had to be and clear in that moment? For Vanitas to be so disciplined with the time ticking down with 12 seconds left, knowing there are 2 players on site in that smoke, that they could have also even re-cleared, walked into short. They took the risk, allowed Noya to take that time on her lurk and get the backstab. That was a round that Sen Otters should have won in theory with how well they were flooding back into sight, getting those trades and dividing SRG up.
Revealing area.
It's been getting a lot closer now that Sen Otters, they have broken, you know, a bit of their post plant positioning here for SRG.
Such early trips that are set up here from Sen Otters as well over at that A side, just to get that early signal. But where SRG are maybe poking and prodding, we know they like to go for these C-pops out of the top site smoke.
Try to at least play into the angle here, which is a good call from May. Trying to shut things down earlier, but Vanitas is making it really hard, and that run it back once again just brought back into their arsenal. So Oasis a bit too late for that flank, and they were kind of expecting it because they've seen it before coming through from other players here. So, yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't work out.
Yeah, another open and close round here for the side of Shopify Rebellion Golds, continuing to display their dominance. Unfortunate, I think, for Sen Otters, because they are throwing a lot of different ideas into the server right now, trying to problem solve a bit of that earlier information, a bit of that defender-sided aggression, even how well that last fight was going on that A site for them. It's just SRG, they've been really good at responding, and I feel like at times it does feel like they are 10 steps ahead.
Revealing area.
But I think that's more of a signal of how good they are at problem solving, with the Hunter Fury now going out on the execution with them.
You know, and we talked about like the blind Hunter's Fury coming through, but it seemingly worked out a lot better this time around for SRG, right? Hitting these players, almost isolating them in these fights, and now Oasis is once again stuck on that flank. There hasn't been any noise, and I do like the read coming through from Noya. Yeah, what is going on? They readjusted so quickly here for SRG.
They really have. And I think back to what I was saying, feeling like they're 10 steps ahead, but I think that that's more about how good they are at just reacting to anything that Sen Otters are doing. The calling right now from Lexi is insane. I think that her job definitely gets infinitely easier when you do have a Vanitas that is going 17-3. But again, capitalizing on these run it backs over and over again, whether it's in the post plant, whether it's to engage, not even always needing it to open up these rounds, seldom needing it actually, if anything.
Okay, big workup. This is, you know, and it's the same aggression we see all the time. I do wonder how well this is going to work out, especially now that they've kind of gained ground as to where Alexis is, the fact that they're really working themselves up. It's so weird. Like, Sen Otters are getting more and more aggressive as that domination comes through from SRG. Of course, this being a save round, being able to pick up some of these weapons might help them in regards to allowing Badison to get that ultimate, play that run it back. But Alexis is sneaky, and they're not really letting themselves be seen. But luckily enough, this might be good here for Sen Otters, right? They have the ultimate. The flash comes through. Vanitas is playing by themselves, making sure that they have something to work with here. But this player advantage here from SRG, putting them in a really bad spot here for Sen Otters. And Oasis cannot pull through.
No, a 10-1 start here for SRG, and the information was so good from Vanitas, even just keeping a hold on that long line, so they were able to tell that Oasis was likely coming in through that flank through short there as well. Really nicely done, keeping them contained while also minimizing the risk to those other players. And again, you talked about that aggression that we saw on that eco round, and SRG, the reactions for Lexi to be the one to stick back, hold back, trying to sell that fake of that lurk up there over at that A site. Really nicely done. Another mid exploration here for Sen Otters, and they're constantly punished out of window.
they're giving the fights over, and that's super, super dangerous. They're not closing off these angles. They're not ensuring that the site is safe to keep. And at this point in Vert, all they can do is try to get one to make sure, you know, okay, it's going to be a bit easier in regards to getting back onto site, but that it will not be.
Spike planted.
Tall task here for the last two players on the side of Sun Otter. There is the neural theft at the very least if Oasis is able to get a pick and get that information off the body.
Yeah, the smoke comes up. Okay, Cage is actually helping Oasis. I do like the proactivity we're seeing from Avery, but at the same time, they are downed.
Yeah, unfortunate. They're not able to make that magic happen. Only able to find one round in the previous half. SRG, they have an opportunity to honestly close things out in the pistol. Knowing how quickly this map can end in potentially just 2 rounds now that we swap sides. Sun Otter, they gotta be near perfect in this pistol round though to give themselves the best fighting chance here at Haven. But at this point, I think this is one of those moments where you're looking forward to split Gompers, which is concerning because Haven was supposed to be Sun Otter's map pick.
Yes. I was wondering, you know, and I guess it's because they were feeling pretty confident with obviously the changes with Oasis coming into the IGL and now being able to focus a bit more into that role and Battison being able to focus on that duelist role, right? But I mean, we could see maybe not the Haven. SRG are looking very, very strong on this map thus far. Will be hitting 100% win percentage if they run away with it. But let's see, you know, pistol round coming up. There's already that first engagement coming through from Invert. So there's a chance things could be different here.
Yeah, they do have the advantage at the very least. Look at the setup that we have going on here for SRG as well, right? You get the early signal into short, and then there's a backside cam to get the information on the cross of the rest of the site as well. Or even just for retake information. But after they fall off of C, it immediately pushes out from SRG down C long, catching Oasis off guard. They are completely aware of how this setup is looking now.
And at this point, all they have to do is wait. Vanitas is the top fragger of the team and actually can't even seem to really keep the site, but Noya does it themselves with a 3K to keep everybody intact. Dude, well, 1v3 on site is crazy.
Dude, if Madame President's on your site, you're not getting that spike down. Are you joking?
That's crazy.
It's the way that things... We're like, okay, you've got 2 players on site. They end up splitting up, and you're like, okay, this is getting a little dicey now. But then you notice, wait a second. Guys, my Cypher's Noya. Yeah. We're so good. We're so good. Things are chill. I don't even have to rotate. It's okay. Last round, though. Match point for the side of SRG on Sun Otter's map pick here of this round 2 in Swiss.
The last potential round, and that in itself is a bit scary because we do have a scattered buy, you know, already losing out on Battison, which was going to be that entry, but the flash comes out in due time, and of course damage is there, and SRG, it's fine. They got Vanitas, they have the Guardian. Vanitas hitting the caps with it, seemingly though. I mean, there is a bit of danger here. 1v2. Invert slowly backing themselves away from the situation, but this could be it, right? We're hitting this match point. This might be a 13-1. And that... really just have to wait and see. I like the double swing pick. Invert tries to make it happen, but low stick. I mean, overall, SRG in general, we're just doing absolutely amazing. I don't know, Madam President, thank you so much for everything. That was honestly awesome.
No, she's great. She is great. Unfortunate for Sun Otters, they did want to avoid Lotus and the 13-1 that SRG were able to pull off on that map. Unfortunately, they couldn't avoid it on Haven Gompers. I think that, again, though, a lot of respect to the attempts at adjustments that Sun Otters were putting out and trying to make work here in the server. But again, the reactions from SRG were just so good every single time. The calling from Lexi on this opening map has been insane.
Yeah, I was a bit worried at first because I was like, okay, we're switching to the Phoenix. It is quite different than what we've seen before, but I'm not ever doubting anything ever again. I love the Phoenix. We need to stay on it. It's looking really, really good. And I like that we got to run it back as often as we did. I do feel like that really did allow them to just flourish and take as much space as they please. But thank you guys. Stay here. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. We have another game. Maybe they'll come back. Who knows? Be right back.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
All right, what's up, guys? Welcome back. I am super excited, and I know you are too, because we're watching more Valorant. We saw that first map, and it was a 13-1 stomp coming through from Shopify. But an update for you guys, if you're not watching the side stream games, Revitalize versus Aura. Revitalize ended up going 13-4, so they won that first map, and they're going on to their second as well. But back to it, Ash, that was such a good game from SRG.
It really was a great game from SRG. I feel like they were on top of the protocoling the entire time. We really didn't see any cracks from them for the most part, and they were really taking advantage, I think, of any holes that Sen Otters were leaving there as well. Like, you just look at, first off, okay, first kills disparity, but 10 out of 11 post plans I think is the most impressive part, because yes, we did see them shining in those first engagements. Yes, they were opening up those rounds, but the way that they were setting up in those post plans, it felt like impossible for Sen Otters to break back in, even when they, did actually have like some numbers to try and look to contest. And I think that says so much about how SRG are approaching this Swiss stage, because Gompers, I think when you think about the legacy that this team has had, stepping in with players like Glowstick, like Vanitas, they want to make a statement now to show that there are absolutely no cracks on this team.
And I'd say they are. It was actually really impressive. Now that we're kind of seeing the kill feed, what exactly everything was looking like, I loved what we saw. I do feel like Noya felt they could be more flexible. She could roam, and honestly, it was fantastic, right? Seeing the Cypher play into that role so dominantly, while also having Alexis occasionally watching out for the flank, and then Vanitas always there on the front line alongside Dodonut. It was like it was just a unit on the site every single time. You could see it from the first kills, right? Obviously with the KD 22-6 is absolutely insane to kind of bring about a 13-1. But that just goes to show, like you said, Vanitas and Glowstick, they are not here to play around at all.
No, they're slotting in really nicely for this matchup. Definitely a tough one here for Sen Otters with Vanitas going 22-6. It's one of those games where it's like, okay, Phoenix player is going that insane on a map, farming up that run it back that frequently on a map, we go next. There were definitely moments of brilliance for this squad here as well. I think Oasis had some clutch up moments there too, and unfortunate that we weren't able to see Sen Otters really find their footing on this map at any point either, because it didn't really feel like they got many opportunities to get anything going. So hopefully the next map of Split, I believe we're heading to, Split or Ascent, is a little bit of a different story.
Yeah, for the map picks, I'm kind of excited for that second map. My thing is the adaptations, they weren't really there, like too prevalent, which was quite worrying here. And I do feel like Split being a map where SRG obviously are bringing this map up because they have a lot of plans for this map, right? You need to be able to adapt to the playstyle. We saw a lot of aggression on the defense despite SRG having a formation where you were always going to fight someone if you peeked, right? So I do feel like there needs to be some more proactivity in regards to that. I'm hoping Sen Otters, sometimes you really do just like GG go next, and see what you can do for the next map, which I maybe we'll see something different here, especially with like the comp changes that we've been seeing.
Yeah, I think for SRG as well, heading into this one up against Sen Otters, they kind of know what to expect, because Sentinel Otters has been able to play this up against Spiders last week, where they're running like the double duelist Jet Raze composition and the double controller with the Viper. Shopify Rebellion Gold, though, I'm very curious actually to see what they're even going to be pulling out in this map, because when we saw them last stage with the previous roster, they were running like the Neon Sage, I'm pretty sure, on this one with like the Sarah Cat Sage. So I'm curious to see if they're gonna lean back into that composition, or if we're gonna see like something completely different that plays into the strengths of Vanitas and Glowstick a little bit better. I think Vanitas, we know how flexible of a player they can be. Glowstick has just honestly consistently been a very like cracked initiator player here as well. So I'm curious to see how like the roles are going to adjust like map to map too, because with this roster and these new additions, we've already seen some of those shifts, like Alexis being on that Omen here on Haven.
Yeah, and I'm liking the shifts. It's kind of like flexible in a sense of making sure that, these newer additions also feel like they have a say, which I like. You could see that it wasn't only comfortable for them to kind of be slotting into these roles, but it was more so just, it was right. It just felt so right. So I am quite excited to see what SRG are going to be bringing about in regards to that. But I'm hoping to see not really some changes. I do believe we did actually see Split very, very recently last week. They played against the Spiders. And Sen Arders did actually take that map in, right, of Split. So it was a good game, and their attacking side was looking very, very good. Oasis was playing into the Viper instead of the Cypher, you know, in the last map that we had seen. So just kind of hoping, like, we have that same level of entry from Battison and Invert, you know, if they're going to be playing that double duelist.
It'll be fun to see that definitely go head-to-head. I think, especially if we're going to continue to see Dodonut on that Neon, though, as well. That Neon is also really great stopping power with that relay bolt, just being able to put a damper on that double duelist or even split them up from the group as well. Overall, though, we won't have to wait too much longer before we're able to see what they're actually going to be bringing to the table. Oh. It's going to be a little bit of shift, though. Okay, so keeping the same thing on the side of Sen Otters, what we expected, right, Gompers? We saw that last week, Monday. SRG, they're keeping the Neon. Back to the Phoenix here for Vanitas. Glowstick will be on that Omen as well. I like this. Gompers, I like this. With what Vanitas was doing previously, I think this composition works really nicely for them, especially with how, like, we've seen, like, Dodonut comboing that relay bolt also with some of the utility with her teammates as well, being a little bit more supportive on that map of Haven as well. It's going to be a fun one.
I'm in love with this. I love this, right? Noya's playing onto the Viper, which we're going to see, obviously, we're going to see a lot of lurks. So for me, if you are Sen Otters, you have to know that there's going to be a lot of lurks, right, guys? Like you can play with this. I think this is something you can play with, especially just based off looking at this agent selection. Of course, defense going to have to be a bit more adaptable for Sen Otters. They do have that double duelist comp, though, with Battison being more of that AoE type of person, making sure, like, they have a bit more range with their damage. I think it's going to be quite interesting to see what exactly they can do against this double controller comp that Shopify is running. But all in all, like, I do think there is some leeway here for Sen Otters to really read into how they're going to be playing into the attack and potentially the defense.
Yeah, I do agree with that. That's for sure. I think just being understanding that there is going to be a little bit of that push and pull. They're going to want to try and set up Dodonut on some of those, like, deeper lines, even go for, like, some of those set plays, some of those trap plays that we're going to expect coming through from a team like SRG as well. And it's going to be up to Sen Otters to, I think, show a lot of that early presence. Once the barrier drops, they're going to want to try and condition SRG into using some of that utility early on. Otherwise, there is so much of that kind of stall potential, that slow down potential there for them, for this squad to really snuff out the attack there from Sen Otters, which is something that unfortunately we didn't get to see, like, too much of on Haven, but it'll be interesting to see how that looks to work out with how, like, burst executey this composition on the side of Sen Otters can be at times.
Yeah, we didn't get to see much attack either, you know, when we think about it, guys. It was, like, I think, like, 3 rounds that we got to see, right? And not even a full buy. So, you know, for Sen Otters, it's time for them to really showcase what they got. Battison on a you know, Battison and Invert in perspective, you know, in position that feels a bit more comfortable for them. But that pop flash comes out. It does happen to get someone. So the information is sent forward here. But heavy mid presence. I'm not quite sure how they're going to like this one, especially with the damage Venus is already making so early on.
Splish splashing into sewers on top of that as well. That's the rotation to be called here from SRG. You have this Trailblazer now getting that information, get shot out so they can continue to keep Dodonut's positioning a secret.
Oh, and Dodonut's still waiting down in the backside. Of course, though, Sen Otters, they're fighting with their lives. It's looking really good. I like the rotation. They got their information in mid. They've managed to make their way over towards the A site, and it's already looking pretty put together.
Yeah, really nicely done in that regard. We're going to have to see if Glowstick and Vanitas are going to be able to do anything in this 2v4 scenario. Bit of a tough task here for these two players. You're just going to have them on the side of Sen Otters running things down. 1-0, a pitch round to be picked up here from Sen Otters. A great start for the squad as well, looking to bounce back from that loss on their map pick.
Yeah, exactly what's needed. They needed that round, right? Pistol rounds always do also put like a pretty good taste in your mouth. You know, you're continuing on. The momentum's now starting. So, I'm liking it.
Saw that lurk being set up here from Oasis. Really no surprise in that regard at all here for the side of Sun Otters. Only having a bandit in hand as well. So, really only buying up for the players on Sun Otters who are all sticking together as part of that core. 4 players.
Oh. The up down for SRG. And it was actually perfect. It was beautiful. They thought to. That's all they needed. Of course, Vinny just lost their life in the meantime, but it really did close off this entry, and it makes them have to reassess.
Now they have to juggle these guns back here as well because SRG, they want to go explain. They want to see if they can capitalize on that. It doesn't even matter. They're just going to swing out of the smoke and drive. And those weapons that were invested completely taken out of the hands of Sun Otters. SRG, they win out their eco round up against Sun Otters. That's tough, Cappers. That is tough because they just started off with that pistol round. Like, that was supposed to be like the kick start to their momentum here on Split. And it gets like completely knocked out of them from, was it 2 classics and a high-low? I think they both had classics.
It was
Classic
one
and a bandit?
Bandit. Yeah, one bandit, which I don't even...
Diabolical.
The investment was worth it. Like... Oh gosh. You could tell they were cooking that one up though, for sure. I'm excited for the next comms video, Alexis. Let's see what that one was looking like, but
I mean,
kind of waiting for yeah. Like just kind of waiting for it to come up, but Noya, I mean, making good work with shotgun. Not even able to get through mid. Of course, that's what the duoship's going to be looking like here with Vanitas and Noya in mid.
It's also kind of what you expect, right? Like, Sun Otters, they lost the last round. They don't have anything to really work with here, and they're running through a poison orb. They tried to clear things out with a paint shell, but just wasn't enough. I think, though, like, to be fair, if we're going to call back to the last round, because I am so sorry, Avery, as goated as you are, SRG would have to make some insane mistakes to lose this flawless round for themselves. Because, Gompers, who would expect 2 players on their eco to be high-low back?
No one. Literally like no one, bro. You peek and angle and you're high-lowing me, I'm gonna scream. That's not funny. It's really
on their
insane.
eco round.
I also feel like it really just like diminishes. I don't know. Like you don't even feel like you can peek anything anymore.
No, because that takes the wind out of you. I think like when you lose to the pistols in that fashion on your buy up, but redemption's still possible here for Sun Otters as they posture outside of A.
Yeah, SRG, they're on a pretty good momentum, on a good streak right now, just trying to apply enough pressure to almost make this buy around useless. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out the way that was planned. I do like it though, right? A ton of information given away. The rotation comes in quickly enough to where the Sun Otters, you know, they've invested a lot of util here.
Yeah, that they have, but now here's the delay coming out, right? Snakebite from Noya slows things down, even though they get the insert over at ramp. And the fact now that they don't have Oasis anymore also means that May doesn't have a clean cross that's going to be unguarded.
That's going to feel very good. Just kind of keeping the curiosity over towards the A site while that movement in mid is made.
It's taking a lot of time, though, to walk clear into mid after making so much noise at A. And it's because they wanted to go back to A regardless. They knew that the timing was going to be poor over at B. The rotation would have been called. And they sold this really nicely here for Sun Otter.
Oh, wow. And they have to move as a unit here for SRG because they're stuck in a really bad spot in regards to, like, just player advantage, right? So playing this 2v4, seeing what they can do. There isn't much. I mean, Glowstick does have a paranoia, and there is some information that can come through from Alexis, but all kind of seeing what they can do. Glowstick does not know what's happening over on the right-hand side. Might just be able to take them out. May goes down. And it creates a bit of an opening. It's not over just yet. Timing actually isn't terrible here. If Glowstick can paranoia this perfectly in order for Alexis to get themselves onto the backhand site, it might just work.
One enemy
Information
remaining.
there. They know somebody's hiding over towards the back. Avery trying to make the pinch, and that they will do. So, Sand Otters, they get another round.
Well, that they do. Got a little bit dicey for a second there, but Sun Otters, they stand tall into the post plant, and a really nice call from Sun Otters to revisit that A site after keeping Mei there. Knowing that they didn't quite have that timing, and I think a very important round for Sun Otters to be able to pull away as well, to be able to try and equalize early on. Otherwise, things continue to get a little bit dicey there with that economy still. Not quite out of the danger zone yet, but very much so on equal footing with Team.
Ooh. I was wondering if they heard the TP or not, but it does seem like they did. Unfortunate. The crosshold is not going to last. Now Vanitas has to try to at least rip one out of the hands of Sen Otters.
Yeah, definitely tough. Doesn't work out for them that time around. The information that SRG are getting over at A main, though, Dodonut's posted on a deep angle with that operator, as the rest of SRG is stacked towards this B side.
When the pop flash out, it's not working out the way that they had planned it. And I'm liking this. Sen Otters, they're a bit more proactive. They know that SRG are getting cocky, and they're really shutting them down in that regard. So Noya's just going to have to hold it down towards backside. We've seen Noya do it before. Madam President! She is definitely back for another one. The headshots don't land this time, but it's okay. They've managed to at least diminish some of these numbers for Dodonut.
Operator in hand, though, makes this retake that much more difficult for her.
Oh gosh, and peeking up. Just not gonna work out. Unfortunately, the barrel of the gun larger than anything, really.
Larger than any other barrel in the game. Fun fact from Gompers, guys.
Fun
on
fact
Game
from me,
Changers
guys.
broadcast. But nicely done there from Sun Otter. I think we saw the vision, right, of what SRG were trying to go for with that trap play, and Sun Otter, they punish it perfectly. They take the gamble. They're like, nah, Glowstick's not faking this TP. We're hard clearing this. And it works out very nicely. I think now for Sun Otter, it's about turning these couple of rounds that they've been able to change together into a longer series of momentum for themselves to get just as many rounds as possible here on this initial half, where you kind of expect it to be a bit more of the strength of the squad when you're looking at that double duelist composition.
I'm wondering if this up will hurt them, but I guess we'll see. I mean, there is the Blade Storm, so all in all, pretty big backup there.
I think that's also why you also see Avery without a weapon in hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just trusting Invert on those op skills, waiting for SRG to make a mistake, but they don't want to take that risk of having an additional weapon in the hands of anybody else, and Noya goes out for the first blood. Not able to get too much more, but good information garnered at the very least here for SRG as well.
That's gonna be a good pick too. Oh man, and here it comes. Just unfortunate they can't get anything with it. The double peek out Glowstick with this save round is absolutely destroyed.
Where are we going?
It's so risky. How? What is going on? Through the smoke. We're literally shooting through smoke. We don't know where anyone is. And I like the eagerness, right, to get the weapon, but unfortunately that really does put them in a bad spot. Now the rotation has to come through here for SRG.
Yeah, Alexis in a 2v1 scenario, not having that opportunity to pick a weapon up this time around. We'll be waiting here in heaven, not quite prepared for this angle here for Oasis off the information of that haunting throne. It'll be Oasis for the swing. Things got dicey there in B-main. Things got weird, Gompers. I literally looked like that monkey gif where he's like, he has his like hands on his head. Do you know which one I'm talking about? I feel like everyone knows which one I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about. I like have it in my head.
Guys, if you guys can visualize it, that's what I looked like when I was watching that Omen exchange over in B-main, because I was like, what is going on? Everyone's blind. We've got a paranoia in our hands. Don't know what's happening.
Oh gosh.
Amazing.
Cover going out.
Now is the time, if any, to really regather ourselves. There are a couple ultimates on the board, and after these two ults, I mean, there really isn't much they can work with other than maybe Oasis for the next couple rounds. So, do you think really trying to indulge in baiting them out would be perfect, but it's pretty hard because Sun Otters, they're playing so good.
Yeah, definitely looking more comfortable here. Continuous display of info and presence over in mid will continue that cycle. Utility.
Pop flash comes out. Glow stick TP. I mean, all in all, yes, they didn't die by the showstopper, but still getting downed, unfortunately so. But the player advantage now here for SRG. We haven't seen this in a while. It is going to bring a difference here to this round. Slowly trying to take these players out. Of course, damage is made very drastically over to Madison. It leaves Dodonut allowing themselves to go onto the site. Very easily so taking it here for SRG.
Yeah, really nice set retake coming in there from SRG. You saw the combination of the hot hand and the fast lane for Dodonut to provide that coverage so they could clear hell out a little bit more safely. Nicely done overall. But again, I think Sun Otters, they've been approaching the map kind of the way that we wanted them to at the beginning of this game, right? Where we want to see some of those like slower defaults coming out. Have them pull a bit of that utility out from Noya, from Vanitas, whether it's Dodonut as well, like just trying to get things out like the hot hands, like the snake bite, like that relay bolt, just those pieces of util that could really be that delay factor or a factor of just divvying up the team, and it's gone really nicely here. The conditioning, though, about to be taken advantage of by Sun Otters with how quickly they're scaling up a ramp.
Yeah, looking to be a bit more explosive this time around, but waiting for that flash to come through. SRG playing together, making sure they are not missing out on any opportunity of winning these rounds. I mean, just being 3-4 right now doesn't feel good for them. So they're going to have to lock in a little bit harder here. 2v5. And the spike is in hand, so for May to really work through this, it's going to be hard, especially with the dissipation of the smoke. Now Noya really making some of that damage too. And Oasis, Noise has been heard. They know exactly how to play this with a flawless round here.
Really nicely done here by SRG. Shutting things down completely with how they're just keeping a handle on that ramps control, and very quick to react, I think, to the adjustment from Sun Otters, because we haven't really seen that kind of burst in presence off barrier drop from them since like pistol round, I want to say.
I'd say. Yeah, for SRG, man, it's definitely kind of coming together here. I will say, I mean, Sun Otters, they haven't had the opportunity to really fully adapt now, and I do think they're going to try for something different. The smoke is up. Madison's just looking to make some noise. Actually, invert, my apologies.
Look at how much space is being controlled right now by SRG. They're happy to give this site up because they're not expecting anyone to like fully walk out. We'll maintain that having control. Viper's pit into mid, and then the deep line again for Dodonut over in B main. Just so much that they're contesting at the moment that Sun Otters are going to have to look to find that information elsewhere. It will be the operator revealed over at that B side, pulling Dodonut off the line. They know that she is going to she's going to have to be flashed off the angle if they do want to go for that execution. Time's ticking, and we're still in a default at 45 seconds.
Yeah, they have the most space over at A, so you can see they're feeling a bit more confident about it, but there is a worrying factor there. You know, in regards to Glowstick also still having that paranoia, playing
30 seconds left.
some sort of contact piece here with Alexis. And off that information already coming over towards the A site, they're pushing themselves in. Alexis ready for that paranoia to kind of play with it, and now they know they haven't entered onto site yet. This is huge, and Glowstick can play with it. So 13 seconds left. They have the spike. They just need to hold off a bit longer here and make sure Invert doesn't feel comfortable enough getting themselves onto site. It's so dangerous for Sun Otters. But time is done.
They can't do anything about this.
No.
Really nicely done. I mean, Glowstick wins the round out there for SRG, but it isn't just the picks that were gotten. It was also the fact that I don't know if it was Alexis who made the call, whoever it was who was like, okay, no. Or if maybe it was the information that Dodonut was relaying, but someone made the decision And you usually, usually we would kind of assume that it is going to be Lexi because she is the IGL for this team. For them not to rotate, they didn't buy that fake, not even a little bit. No one moved, not even a millimeter, Gompers. Like on my screen, those icons stayed completely still until the execution came out. So nice discipline there. And Otters, though, have to go back to the drawing board to break back into these rounds. But they do have a little bit more of that space to work with how much closer this map has been compared to the first.
They've been a lot more reactive here for SRG instead of playing, as far up as they did here on the defense, waiting for Zen Otters to actually make that first-hand mistake now. Jiggle peek that comes through Noya, really just closing these angles off, making sure that mid control is there.
He's been an absolute menace on this map thus far. Again, at Anchor Queen, as expected, right? But on the eco now, Otters showing a bit of that presence, trying to draw out some more of that utility over at that B side while farming that orb up.
A big patience play here coming through from Dodonut.
Going up.
A bit dangerous. This is nice though. Vanitas is kind of reading into this rotation over towards mid. Seeing if they can shut it down so that all of that effort that we're seeing over on the A side here from Oasis is just going to go run dry. Right now, Oasis down, so they've lost out on the opportunity to use that Viper's Pit. That was, in fact, an interest of them, but going up towards the Evan. Vanitas is holding it, doesn't care, and actually making the damage work. So the wraparound coming through from Noya to really clear things up.
Really nicely done there here by SRG, just shutting that one down. Sun Otters, 2 rounds left into the half. They're going to take that timeout here as well, just to discuss how things have been going. Like you said previously, Gompers, last time this team played, Sun Otters had a standout attacking side. 4 rounds, not bad whatsoever, but this squad obviously is looking for more on the attack. We're seeing the adjustments, the effort that's being put in with the conditioning, the defaults that they're pulling here as well before they go for their burst executions onto site. And unfortunately, SRG, they found their rhythm. Unfortunate for the side of Sun Otters, that is. If you're an SRG fan, of course, you're going to be thrilled.
Yeah, they're definitely... I do feel like they're adapting and playing a lot more together than they were previously. It's hard. I do feel like Noya kind of took a step up here playing into that Viper roll over towards mid, so it became almost impossible, really, to kind of work your way up the way that they were doing previously, so... I'm just looking to see how they can fix that one.
I think especially when Dodonut got that operator online, it made it a lot more comfortable for their SRG to kind of like roam around and do some of those trap plays, knowing that one angle was going to be just completely locked down now. Overall, though, last time we saw Sun Otters take a timeout on Haven, that first timeout, I want to say, actually, not the last time, but the first timeout that they took on Haven, we saw immediate results, Gompers, with how they were looking to make those adjustments. So we'll see if they can replicate that here on Split, and if that timeout's going to be as valuable as we saw it was there on the first time.
Seemingly it is. They're seeing the privilege in going up towards mid. They're seeing the weakness as well, but Vanitas last time was spraying them down like crazy, and it's not like they give it up easily either. We're kind of seeing a hint of that right now, especially with Noya still waiting in the insides of Vent, waiting for Vanitas to make that passion play here. And it is going to be made 3v5. Of course, the spike is down, and that Viper's Pit is going to be utilized, but I mean, at what cost? 5 players still left standing here, and Vanitas does have that ult, so a lot of...
A lot of this relies on May right now. Alexa's gonna take her out here as well. This is getting weird, especially with this pit placement. It kind of leaves both these players on an island, hoping that one can swing off the other.
Okay, huge shot off Avery. That, well, unfortunately doing not too much good here, but it's just rough. Vanitas absolutely killing it, and Oasis making the wrong play of getting out of their smoke, so that's going to be a huge defusal here for SRG.
Nicely done into the retake there. I like the idea from Sun Otters at the very least. They kick it up into high gear, right? A very different look from the slow starts that we saw from them. They wanted to go for that B crunch, but with a lot heavier of B main presence that we had seen previously as well, right? No lurk on the other side of the map. They have those numbers to look for that execution. And it gets tough, that pit goes down. I understand the placement because I think they wanted it to be possible for any of those mid players to cross back over into B main if necessary, right? Just cut off one of those angles and not allow the swarm to come through. It gets a little bit dicey. Final round now of the half bombs. Really no crazy impactful ultimates that we're expecting to come online. A world where we see the showstopper, perhaps. Maybe something cheeky.
Ooh.
I say that, unfortunately. She will not be present to do anything cheeky from the Shadow Realm as Omen in this round any longer. But we have at the very least equalized. Look at Glowstick. Walking up.
Oh, man. And the reaction time, unfortunate. But
And walking back.
it's redeemable, guys. It's redeemable, I believe. I'm not going to be a not believer, right? I do think there's a lot of potential here with this specific pick, but timing is huge, right? Making sure Glowstick doesn't really... I was going to say, like, have the opportunity to really play against anything, but I don't even think St. Otters knows, like, what to do in this moment, right? 2 players left. Absolutely no information. Waiting for this wide swing to come through. Of course, the damage is there, though, so it's going to work out perfectly in trying to get a little bit more room to play with here.
30 seconds left.
Showstopper does come out like we're hoping for. It gets delayed for a little bit.
Yeah, looking to make some sort of magic happen with it. I do like this. I mean, if they can manage to get at least damage with the paint shells, try their best to get the headshots through. Avery, 20 health, so not much that SRTR can utilize in this moment.
8-4 half here for SRG. Unfortunate. Sun Otters were not able to find the success that they were looking for off the back of their timeout. I do think that, again, we did see maybe, okay, finding success. When I say that, they weren't able to find the round win off of it. But I do think they found success in how they were trying to execute what they were looking for in the past couple of rounds. It's just that SRG ended up winning the fights. Again, a lot of credit Sun Otters on adaptation, but now on defense, gotta lock things in. We saw them win that first pistol round, Gompers, but they weren't able to convert the second. They absolutely want to be looking for the pistol round here as well, especially knowing that SRG are up top.
Yeah, having the better side now here for the attacking half going to be quite difficult. SOTR actually already just waiting for them to take the site, playing the retake game, reading into what the entry's looking like, not necessarily sure if it's safe.
Paranoia available here still for Glowstick, just look to continuously delay.
Yeah, Flash doesn't really make a lot of work here, but SRG are in a really good position if they can continue to slowly make their work with Glowstick on the site, but unfortunately it does go down. So, you know, in regards to what exactly this team can do, it really doesn't matter, right? It's just hit the headshots, Vanitas, get the 3K, you know, go in, boom. That's the name of the game.
Dude, I feel like, honestly, when it comes to SRG, any one of these players can be that player in the server, right? But this series thus far, it's been Noya and Vanitas, and the idea of Noya and Vanitas being the 2 players left when they're down numbers in a situation, you can never count the team out at this point from what I've seen across these past 2 maps. Just reinforcing what we've already known about them. SRG, now they want to go for this quick hit towards that B site. Saw the Wombo combo trying to deny that early angle, but no one on St. Otters was looking to contest the stack, though, from the defenders, looking to make that rotation after gambling the wrong side of A.
I'm surprised they didn't do what SRG did to them last round. We should have been posted up. The high-low. What's going on with that?
Players, all 5 players. Yeah. Screw 2 players posted up high-low. Give me all 5.
Genuinely, I think they could have run away with the round. That high-low was kind of crazy.
I think
unfortunately,
we have some info that they don't have, so.
Yes. This is actually real and true, so I'm just egoing them, unfortunately. But so is Invert. Invert is egoing everyone on this team with the headshots that they are getting. Right now, Vanitas is really trying to keep SRG's numbers high, but, you know, 2v1, it's not terrible. Unfortunately, though, Avery does have a classic, and that's obviously not going to do too much damage, so that's a good round. I mean, SRG 10-4 is pretty comfortable.
It's been quite the streak that they've been able to amass for themselves. I think 8 rounds in a row, starting off in that first half that we saw. The weapons are now on the table here for send Otters into the defense. You do have a run it back though, already online for Vanitas with the Phantom as well. This is another round where you were looking at and thinking, okay, definitely a world where we're seeing SRG getting super aggressive with the death ball that we're seeing straight outside of B looking to play together.
And the paint shell's ready to be slapped down to get some of that damage. I'm liking this. They're not really playing the retake game anymore. It hasn't been working. They're making that adaptation, and now they are absolutely finishing off SRG with a flawless.
Hey Gompers, it wasn't 5 players with pistols, but it was 3 players with rifles staring down B main and just like spraying through the smoke. So math is checking out.
I like it.
Bit. It worked out. I wanted to give you that.
I'm highly satisfied. Like I'm gonna.
They did that for you. That was for Gompers. That was for Gompers. But Sun Otters, that 5th round on the board now, definitely huge for them, especially with how cleanly they're able to pull it off.
Toxins going up.
Just gonna have to keep that momentum going. Now we're back to the regular SRG, right? The team that's gonna be a little bit more precautious when it comes to pushing themselves onto the site, but I do like this approach, a very, very aggressive push coming through from Sen Otters and Glowstick. I mean, of course the numbers go down, but they've still lost 2. They've lost Dodonut and Alexis. Not a lot of, utility to really push themselves onto site anymore.
Yeah, Equalize at 3v3 now. Knowing the mid-re clear, it's always important to be able to get that information. It's necessary. All 3 players looking to stick together here on the side of SRG. We do have both curveballs to work with here for Vanitas. Sun Otters, on the other hand, they're all playing separately at the moment. So SRG, they have a huge opportunity right now to be able to pick these players apart while they're isolated.
Oh, no. Oh, Oasis was not looking at the right area either.
30 seconds left.
Timing really does kind of catch them off, and they have enough time to post plan, get their positioning situated here. In regards to what exactly Sen Otters can do. Not quite sure. It's looking a little dangerous.
One enemy
First
remaining.
smoke is up. A wide swing out, mate. No information, and kind of just not even waiting for Pattison. So, yeah, 1v1s.
Yeah, definitely tough there. Sun Otters, I gotta say, definitely questioning the positioning, I think, in that round, like in the 3v3. When you have mid so exposed, there were just so many gaps. I would have liked to see them playing a little bit safer, Oasis namely, like in that position. Trying to play that off angle for their 4B main, but again, picked apart SRG. They got that opportunity to play those 3v1 situations. Now Sun Otters trying to stave off this match point from happening here, and series point for the side of SRG. Don't have too much to work with into this round. Avery is 1 away from those Seekers. They have been a pivotal player here for Sun Otters and such a hero in some big moments, so could be the difference maker here for Sun Otter to get a 6. Ooh, I have been doing well on that today.
Next time. There's one more round. Technically more.
Guys, if
I'm
I
not gonna
strike
say
out
one more.
3, what happens?
Avery will get them next time, I believe. It's because they didn't do the 5-player hold B, but maybe we'll see it again. It does seem like the spray downs are slowly coming through. May's looking to make some sort of magic happen, but the paranoia doesn't come in time. The stun, unfortunately, actually puts them in an even worse position. And it sucks, you've lost out on your initiator so early on in the round. You couldn't really utilize any of the ultimates left on the board here for Sen Otters to keep yourselves in the game a little bit further. And now you got the high lows again, technically. I guess it's more so of a low because Glowstick is waiting.
Yeah, it's also that moment where Invert has a Phantom in hand, right? And they have no money for the side of Sun Otters into the next round. Like, yeah, Invert does want to go for a little bit more, but realistically can't afford to do so. Is still going to continue to fight for it, though, and try to punish these players. Not going to be taking that Phantom away. series point here for SRG Gompers, and Sen Otters on B, they just got completely picked apart.
Now Avery's gonna get a lot of information, and I do think now is the time, because with SRG, again, the one thing I do feel like we're lacking is information. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I really do feel like we're going in so headstrong here on the defense that, you know, it becomes quite hard.
It does become definitely hard. I think that the operator coming out, that's something that unfortunate for Sen Otters that they weren't able to pull out earlier on, because I think that's where we saw a lot of the success for SRG, right? When they got those rounds, that streak of rounds in the second half of their defensive side, is because Dodonut was enabled with that off. And for Sen Otters, because they only have the one initiator to really work with in that regard, lacking that information on defense has definitely been tough when it comes to those lanes. Hopefully this will be able to problem solve that a little bit for themselves here, but it's also a long ways to go to try to take it to overtime and eventually win the map out as well.
Mm-hmm. And that's what we need. And you know, momentum, it is something we can see be picked up. I mean, there's been a lot of comebacks throughout the entirety of Game Changers, so I'm not going to hold them out just yet. But they have to be incredibly proactive with what they're going to do here utility-wise, especially with what they already have now. Information coming through very, very quickly from Battison. I love the workaround, but the pop flash to leave Glowstick in a position of safety is crazy.
Yeah, really nicely done there. And SRG, they look to punish that same play that they made in that one of those first few rounds of the defensive side there in that first half. Seekers do come out from Avery to garner the information so they can have that ability to push down over towards mid, take this space, and put that pressure over on at the side of SRG. Look at the way that they're just going to run over into spawn. At this point, though, I don't think they were close enough to push down mid to actually hear that, so this pick from Vanitas is being sold.
Oh, it's looking brilliant, too. Maybe not, actually. They didn't really hear much after the fact. But at the end of the day, I mean, you already have 4 players on A site, 1 working themselves up towards heaven. So space is huge.
30 seconds left.
This is gonna get weird.
Yeah, I'm not liking the op. Not much you can do there. Sen Otters, unless Avery can pull through with a crazy 5-piece in a matter of seconds. Yeah, it's game at this point. SRG taking in the flawless and a 2-0, guys. It was 13-1 that first map, and now they're ending it with a 13-5 here, coming over to split. A huge victory, and honestly, a really good showing for a team that has 2 new additions.
Yeah, absolutely. Really nicely done here for SRG. Did not really feel like they broke a sweat in this series. I do want to say, even though Sen Otters weren't able to find the success when it came down to some of the rounds and actually being able to convert those into round wins, we did see them pulling a lot of ideas out in the server today as well. We definitely have a lot more to break down, though, going forward. But Gompers, overall, I think SRG, they wanted to continue to make a statement, show how strong this team is, and that they'll continue on their winning ways, especially, I think, very pertinently into the Swiss stage here as well, to have a standout kind of performance from them. So I think they're able to pull it off thus far, and the chemistry is definitely looking good. They're having fun in the server for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Vanitas playing on the Phoenix, first of all, was already such a crazy thing to be putting out, especially with like double duelist comp that we don't typically see from this team. So I liked it. I think we're seeing a new era of SRG where they're getting a bit more comfortable with being a bit more creative. So, you know, I mean, they've always been a creative team. I'm not going to say that. This team has been dominant from the start. So at some point it starts to feel like, you know, it's the same old thing after being so victorious after a while. But I will say, very, very good effort in regards to what Sen Otters was playing for. There were hiccups here and there, but it wasn't bad. I do think they picked it up a lot in that second half. Although we do have an interview, guys, so please do not go anywhere. We will be right back to ask some questions to one of your favorite players, potentially. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup, and wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too? No, I'm...
With amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch-side access.
Are you? David Beckham, a Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you guys so much for being patient with us. We're back from this break, and we're ready to get back into it. We saw Shopify Rebellion, of course, dominate on the scene with a 13-1 and a 13-5 against Sentinel Otters. But, of course, it's still Swiss stage. It's not over just yet. We're going to get pretty into it later on. But, Ash, that last game was low-key a banger.
It really was a banger. I think Split was really fun to watch. I think it was a lot closer than that Haven matchup that we saw here as well. But again, I think taking a look at that timeline, things started off really hot for Sen Otters. They win out that pistol round. They do get the win taken out of their sails a little bit when SRG does win out that round 2. With their eco. We saw the high-low that we kept referencing back to over at back of B's site. I think that was Vanitas and one other player that was set up there, posted up. Overall, I think that, you know, Sen Otters, they weren't necessarily expecting that one. SRG, they steal that momentum back, but Sen Otters, they come back into it. Regardless, though, SRG, they got that operator online, and that's when a lot of things changed here, right? Where they're able to really get that hot streak going. You had Dodo Nut, who is holding down one angle, and even though, honestly, she wasn't being challenged most of the time, it was the impact that was important, right? Allowing the rest of the team of SRG to kind of like roam around the map, play some of those trap plays a little bit more dynamically, allow Vanitas to also get a little bit more aggressive. But I think the main person that we've got our eyes on, Gomper, someone we already shouted out on Haven on that Cypher, is Noya, with how insane she was on the Viper, the multi-kills she was getting, the lurk picks, she was doing everything as we know her to.
Noya was extremely dominant, and originally it was Vanitas in the last game, and now Noya was very dominant last game as well, but kind of filling into this role that did feel just a bit more comfortable, right? Being able to play with your util and be a bit more proactive in mid, as well as lurking, and just be able to get as much information as you can. And I feel like Noya was kind of in their element here, obviously, as you can see with that 22 and 8, 317 ACS and 5 first kills. Absolutely insane to see. But SRG, just overall, like the entirety of this team was pulling through with insane numbers. Even Alexis, you know, playing into this IGL role, did such a good job at adapting to that loss streak, Ash, that we saw originally.
Yeah, very much so. And I think that it's really crazy to see like those adjustments coming through and like how well things are going here on the side of SRG, like those changes coming to fruition, having it look so seamless, adding in these two players of Vanitas, of Glowstick, and how well they've been meshing with the squad overall. I think that it is really awesome to see the adjustments in the roles here, the flexibility. It's a new version of SRG that is for certain Gompers, but I'm liking the new identity that we're seeing.
Oh, absolutely. And speaking of identities, there's one that's a newer addition to this team that has been absolutely slaying the house down, guys. I want you to be super excited because we have Vanitas joining us here on the call. I'm hyped because Vanitas, what's up? Hello. How are you?
Hello.
I mean, I guess I'm in a very bright room. Hello.
Hello. Okay, awesome. So, you know, obviously you just finished the first, I guess your second series throughout Swiss stage. I wanted to ask you, it's such a generic question, I'm so sorry, but how does it feel to kind of win the second match, I guess, of Game Changers with your team?
I mean, it was pretty seamless, especially on the first map. It's been pretty nice for the most part. I mean, there's nothing more to say than that. It's been pretty seamless.
I would love to hear a little bit more, I guess, about how the team kind of like got together, then picking up yourself and Glowstick, and what the transition has been like, obviously, as well, because we see things like Lexi's flexing onto the controller here and there, and roles are kind of being adjusted a little bit too. So what has it been like for you slotting into a team like SRG alongside Glowstick, who has come in from the Swim Trek side of things?
I mean, initially, like me and Glow trialed the second round of trials together, and we meshed pretty well. Especially like there's like an incident where our first block canceled, and we played Mecha together, and I guess that like definitely helped the team bonding like really quickly. And like it was like nobody really cared about us canceling the scrim, and it ended up just being a really fun time. And then come scrim time, like we're all like all the personalities just meshed like really well, and it's pretty seamless. Very
Nice.
fluid.
That's really good. Sorry, you were gonna say something else?
No, 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 I'm good. I'm good.
I think that's really cool to hear. I feel like it's really lucky to be able to like, I think mesh with someone like Lo, who you're like coming into trials with like so seamlessly and whatnot. What has the experience been like? I know that I'm pretty sure I don't know if it was you who, I think it was you who tweeted it, that you don't have like data right now while you're roaming around in Canada. Like, what's it like boot camping and stuff like that? What's this experience been like being in like the SR office, like with everybody and all of that stuff?
I mean, other than like walking around like a lost child because I don't have like I have to live off free Wi-Fi for now. It's pretty funny. But I mean, the office is really great. Like, just being able to be with all your teammates is just like a different experience. Like, I mean, I come from like a sports background, and like during like volleyball and stuff, like just being able to huddle after every point, like it makes a difference and it keeps your head in the game, especially like if someone's like down, like you can literally just bring them back up so fast. So it makes a huge difference to be with your team.
Awesome. I mean, I feel like definitely building that synergy is important, but I did want to ask in regards to you playing with this team. You know, you're very fond of playing with professional teams, of course, like Ghost Gaming. Do you feel like now moving on to a team like Shopify Rebellion, is there something that they just bring out of you, whether it be a skill or like a level of elevation that you feel like you haven't gotten before?
It's definitely like just an experience diff, like just to be able to like put my 100% trust into each of these players just makes a difference in my play, because like I make every play fully confident that it's gonna work, or I just like follow every call fully confident it's gonna work, and there's no like hesitation in any like play. Like the 1 to 2 seconds where you'd hesitate on a call, hesitate on like a play with your teammate, like it matters in the game like Valorant. And just being able to just make every play just right one after the other just like makes it so much easier to play the game, especially like comms wise. All the comms are just buttery smooth.
Awesome. No, that's amazing. Okay, well, I'm glad you're enjoying your time. You're obviously playing amazing. I wanted to give you a big kudos for your performance today, Vanitas, and thank you so much for joining us. Continue on your success.
Thank you.
All right, I'm loving it. I love to hear that you know, following throughout Game Changers and being on a team like Shopify Rebellion is actually helping a lot.
Yeah, I think it also just says so much about that difference of being able to boot camp with your team. Like what Vanitas was saying about getting that opportunity to actually be in person with everyone, and how that really can make a difference in someone's performance on the day and your ability to feel more supported by your team on the day. Because we know these players, they're going to be supporting each other when they're online as well, but it's a different experience when you get to see everybody in person. That is for certain. Really nice to hear how well things are going though for the squad overall, like how easily they're all meshing together. Definitely cool. And I think that honestly the ceiling here for SRG is honestly unfathomable at this point, with this being like the early stage, I think, for this new iteration.
Yeah, we thought we saw what that ceiling was going to look like, but it's obviously gotten a lot higher than before. I do think this team is on the right path to success, to become even better, and I didn't even know that was possible. So, huge congratulations to Shopify Rebellion. In the meantime, though, guys, we do have a second series coming up, so please don't go too far. We'll be right back right after this break. All right, welcome back, everybody, to Valorant Game Changers. In the Switch stage, we did actually get to see it was Shopify Rebellion go up against Sentinel Otters, and of course, they were victorious. But now we're focusing on a different matchup, one that is exciting per se. But there's a new team that's coming along that we haven't necessarily seen too much of, and then there's players of which we have. Of course, both these teams a little bit unfamiliar to the eye. It's going to be AXL versus MVSK Secret. And then obviously on these side matches, we have Swim Trek Blue versus Sad, Catface versus the Spiders, and then Los Chudeles versus Rosso GC. So if you guys are interested in those, make sure to. Obviously, you do see the, for some reason I'm like, obviously guys, like I'm not making fun of you. Actually, I'm making fun of myself. Radiant GG, Radiant Beam, and Radiant Glow if you guys are interested in those side streams. So as of right now, we're focusing on AXL versus MVSK Secret. Ash, I'm sorry I was talking for so long. I want to hear you talk now. Both these teams I'm kind of interested in. We haven't heard too much about them though.
No, we haven't heard too much about them, but they are there are some very familiar faces on both of these squads, that is for certain. I think that for me, talking a little bit more about MVSK Secret, I'm gonna call them Mask going forward. I know it's spelled MVSK, but I think that we can all determine based on the logo that it is Mask. So overall, this squad, I think that this is a team that previously they actually qualified under just the name Secret before being picked up by Mask, and this is a squad where I think there are some familiar names here, right? I think Super Sushi is one of them, Spooky, Logic as well. Carly and Fell, I'm not personally as familiar with overall, but they've made quite a splash heading into this stage here as well. I think Super Sushi is also the IGL for this team, as on top of that, but Fell has been on it pretty crazy, like a very insane duelist player for this squad, very dive heavy, very aggressive on those initial engagements as well, so has been a big part of like the success that this squad has had like overall. But I think that it's going to be fun to see what they're going to bring to the table up against AXL today, that is for certain.
Yeah, some collegiate experience as well for at least one of these members, Carly. So it's nice to see, like, just outside of Game Changers, there is still that competitiveness being brought about here for MVSK Secret. But that team in general does look semi-built. I know Logic has been in Teddy Tactics. That is definitely a name that you cannot forget. Sober Sushi had honestly like a pretty good game the last series that they had played last week, so I'm quite excited to get into that. But the next team moving forward, going up against this team, is a bit more established when you're looking at the names. It's going to be AXL coming straight at you, so it's like Starbound, Miara, right, Australis, Terror, and St. Claus, members of which we are all very, very familiar with, and I'm quite excited to kind of get into.
Yeah, we definitely are. I think that having that core of Australis and Starbound together, going into this roster of AXL is definitely huge. Them coming from that Wadada squad that really took, I think, GC. I completely lost my word, I'm going to be honest with you guys, but yeah, they completely stunned us when they debuted in Game Changers, right? Wadada, now seeing these two players on a different roster. Unfortunately, Wadada did end up splitting up after that last stage, and then alongside like Miara, who has previously been like that leader, I believe, at times before, has played on Ghost Gaming. St. Claus also had a great performance last split where we really got to know them more as a player, and Terror is Terror. I don't think I have to say that much more there. Like, they're just such an insane duelist player. Very cracked all around, a lot of firepower here on this roster.
Yeah, Terror is absolutely insane. I think all in all, like with this team in general, it's they've been kind of building some of these players together as like a unit. You know, some of these players playing together in a different team, kind of course, rebuilding very, very slightly, not too drastically. But in regards to AXL, you're kind of looking at this roster and you're familiar with it, right? Like, Starbound has been in the scene for quite a while. And I think that's what's exciting about Game Changers. You're looking at MVSK Secret, and this is a team of which, you know, you're looking at these names and there's maybe one or two that you can pick out from the crowd where you're like, okay, I've seen these people play before. But that's how legends are made, and that's exactly how players come to be extremely popular and well-loved. So I'm excited to see who from that bunch we're going to be able to pick out and see the talent, and just generational talent for Valorant. I love Valorant. So I'm excited to get into it. Of course, though, moving forward from these rosters, I do want to see maybe what we're kind of looking at in regards to picks and bans, right? Because these teams, they've kind of gotten into the groove of things, realizing what they can and can't play in this professional setting. And we're going back to Haven on that first map here for MVSK.
Yeah, we are heading back to Haven here for MVSK. I think when we consider Haven overall, it does make sense why MVSK kind of like picks into it. I think it's a very comfortable map for everyone, honestly, as a whole. This is a map where previously, I think that, yeah, I think it's just like honestly a comfort map. Like we're seeing a lot of like pug ability on this map here as well, especially with like the Phoenix being played on top of that, which I do think that for some of these like free agent teams like Axolotl, that also plays in well into it, right? To maps where you kind of feel a lot more comfortable playing that push and pull. I do want to say overall, Gompers, I feel like even though you could argue that these teams relatively maybe like evenly-ish mesh, I think that Axolotl has a little bit of a head over them with experience, with firepower here up against MVSK. And you know, Starbound. I don't know if we're going to see the Chamber come out, but I'm just saying. Starbound, Haven, Chamber, usually a recipe for something very delicious that for whatever team they're on typically. So
we have to see it. They went 13-3. It was a great game, by the way. They were super dominant and they held a lot of space with that Chamber. So I hope, you know, if we are getting the Chamber, it's going to be today. If we do get to that third map, I mean, who knows? MVSK could be absolutely insane today and really be on top of it. So for this map pick and ban, I kind of do agree with you. It definitely looks a bit more into the comfort pick. We don't have a lot to base it off of, you know, team pick wise. But, you know, we've seen Breeze and Lotus come through from Axolotl. Obviously, those two not being banned and being kind of prevalent there for MVSK as well. So, you know, all in all, pretty good. I'd say in regards to that, if we are seeing changes today, it's within due reason. I believe in the creativeness of Valorant Agent Select.
No, for sure. I do think, like, I'm pretty sure if I'm recalling the close qualifier as well for MVSK Secret, they were previously just known as Secret when they were looking to qualify into stage 2, and I think that the Haven's actually the map that they have the most reps on top of that. So it does say a lot about the comfort here for this squad heading into this map, but it is a question of, okay, there's a little bit of a different lineup here as well. Fangs is no longer playing for this team of Team Secret as well, or Mask Secret, sorry. And then up against an Axolotl where we are not seeing the Starbound Chamber come out. It's going to be the Starbound Killjoy instead. They are absolutely crazy on the Killjoy anyways. Like, it doesn't matter. Starbound's going to frag on whatever agent you put them on. It's definitely going to be fun to see these two teams though going head to head. Axolotl being on that attacking side first, you know that Australis is going to look to farm that orb up for that running back.
Oh, absolutely. I'm liking the Phoenix pick, especially with what we've been seeing, obviously kind of migrating itself into the meta a little bit, which is interesting and fun because, you know, we are taking advantage of that running back, like you said. You know, double duelist here coming through from Terror. Having Australis as like that second-hand duelist, I do think is going to carry them very far here. And we haven't seen Haven just yet for both of these teams in this like kind of official setting. So I'm looking forward to it. The Killjoy is a little different. I don't really think I've seen a Killjoy in quite a while on a map like this one. So it really has been like the Cypher meta following into that.
Yeah, it really has. I think especially because you have a lot of these agents who are throwing these walls up, right? Like you're running like a Neon, you're running Phoenixes. They can very easily like look to throw a wall up and try and bypass that KJ utility, deny that line of sight to the turret or even to like the alarm bot there as well. And I do think that's why we have seen that shift back into the Cypher as the Phoenix meta has been developing on a couple of these maps for the last like month or two. But now I think that we've also seen Killjoys getting a little bit more creative for like the players that are still pulling it out, right? It is still really great, I think, for especially like some of those that attacker sided information when you have that Killjoy lurking into mid there as well. So like there are trade-offs for sure, and I'm curious to see how that's going to impact what Axolotl want to be doing once we get into the match.
I am low-key so excited, like beyond excited to kind of see what they have, what they're going to do here. Especially for, I love seeing new teams. I guess not necessarily new because I did catch their VOD yesterday, not yesterday, last week. Oh my gosh, can't do that. Last week I did catch their VOD there for MVSK. So, you know, they played very well. There were some hiccups here and there. They're kind of new to this environment, I will say. So, you know, familiarity, just trying to get adjusted to it. But for a team that's newly migrated into a scene like this, they're holding themselves very, very well. So now we get into it. The game is starting, and we're gonna see, you know, these star players really hash it out for the victory here.
Placing alarm bot.
Pistol round, they're already like very heavily stacked outside of the C side. Having the lurk from Starbound on the other side of the map, you already see, and Mask is also postured for kind of like a window, a lobby pinch situation as well. They want to get ahead of it. It could be very dangerous for Starbound unless they're able to get the reaction necessary. That turret will give away that mid peak though, at the very least.
Kind of initiating some sort of noise over towards C, but playing by yourself with the spike in hand is so incredibly risky. I'm wondering, you know, what the exact play here is. Of course, trying to take space over towards Garage and see if they can migrate themselves over that way. But 4 players already over towards the backhand site. Spooky absolutely destroying and playing alongside the entirety of MVSK. So they play well enough to really make sure that spike doesn't go down. And the spike in their arsenal is going to be so good, especially with St. Claus being incredibly low here.
Waiting for Sober Sushi to get a little bit closer. So much damage has been done on these 2 players.
Silence is key. They have such a big crossbolt here that letting it go would not be a good idea. Oh, and the peek through from Fel. I did see what they had going on there. Timing was on their side as well. Now this is what makes it harder. That extra piece of utility to make sure that they have some sort of backup. But MVSK, they play patient.
Really nicely done, just maintaining backside control there. Playing perfectly alongside that mid-site smoke that Carly had thrown down there. The Spooky just being able to get 2 is just massive with how quickly Axolotl were trying to flood onto that site. Now, again, very similar start to what we saw from both of these teams in the pistol round. MVSK, round 1, they didn't actually go for that mid and a pinch like it kind of looked like they were posturing up for. Let's see, this time around, likely not going to happen either because they're on that anti-eco. Want to make sure that they don't take too many risks with weapons in hand. Let's see if Spooky's going to be able to hold this ground once again.
Oh. Cage just waiting to be pulled, but I mean, based off that noise, not playing with the utility either, so Spooky has completely set themselves back, just gathered the information for the team to kind of play into that defensive role. The Bandit making noise there for Axolotl and Starbound. They are following through with a potential victory here for Axolotl. They just really got to keep it together. Of course, you know, really just waiting for this light workaround to be made. The sprays are down. They know that they're there. They're lined up for it. And Sober Sushi manages to take out 2. Stuck in this 2v2 position. There goes Starbound making magic happen. And that's huge. Axolotl, they brought themselves back.
Yeah, winning out their eco against an MVSK that had weapons advantages. We're trying to flood back onto that site, and overall, just really nicely done. That is massive for Axolotl to be able to convert, now forcing MVSK into a bit of an uncomfortable situation. They are still going to purchase up with that Vandal, though, for Fel. Have a hero rifle in hand here for the side of MVSK. Getting a little bit more aggressive this time around over that A side, considering this stack. And they want full control of that A lobby. The deep smoke comes out here as well.
Okay, nice. I do like the shock dart.
I'm out of here.
Eliminating any source of utility that we are seeing set down by Spooky. And the C site, yeah, they've just backed up off of it. Seems like it's reached some level of popularity here for Axolotl, and that repetition might be able to say something.
Spike planted.
Kind of making sure whatever's going on in Garage is going to work out to the best of Axolotl's ability. I like the positioning here. We're kind of seeing them cross-hold. We are playing in a spot where nobody can really see them out of the angle. And headshots are hitting. It's beauty here for Axolotl.
Really nicely held there by Axolotl. I think that, you know, you saw a little bit of the vision of what MVSK were trying to pull off in that scenario. And We saw initially, you know, a bit of a punish from a peek over at default there from AXL, but regardless, they had the aim, they had the firepower. There's no way MVSK was going to be able to get out. Now, weapons are actually in hand, right? We have that operator that we know that Fel was kind of gearing up to save for on the side of MVSK will be posted up at C long, kind of just gambling that, considering how often AXL have visited that side of the map. Instead, will be the A hit. And you also have the attacking sided operator here for Starbound on the Killjoy. No surprise.
You're dead.
Trying to eliminate as much noise as possible here. I mean, over on the A site, especially now with some sort of entry coming through from Axolotl. Not a lot of utility, though, kind of pushed through. Miara's really just running it down and hoping for the best. So 2 players down, and MVSK, they just have to figure out a way to get back onto site.
Deploying drone.
With the paranoia, it does get that much harder, though. You maybe have a curveball, but only really hits one angle if you're trying to push out of CT. And with that operator in hand, it is going to be that save. They can't take the risk with how much they've invested into this with that op and look to lose it. So wanting to carry as many of these rifles over to be as supportive to the sniper as possible into the next round. It does get tough, though. Axolotl, they are cycling up into these ultimates, right? Sure. Australis did just extend that run it back, but you do have the Hunter's Fury that's in hand here for Miara, Sober Sushi as well. But we know how good both of these Sobas can be with that ultimate, especially if it's a scenario where one of them is trying to like trace the other after the one of them ults first and whatnot. So we'll see how that interaction is going.
Yeah, pretty prevalent interactions already. I think Miara, surprisingly enough, playing into a entry Sova role was not at all what I had expected. But I'm liking it. I can definitely see it. Just like the different approaches they're doing here.
Gotta go.
Kicking things off with really quiet mid-presence, but yo, that operator taken out immediately. Well, actually, yeah, taken out immediately. That is really tough. They saved last round, gambling on that op having so much impact, and it gets deleted by Starbound as soon as barriers drop.
It's pretty cool how, not even on the chamber roll, they're just like, okay, I'm playing Killjoy, but I can definitely still op. I'll figure it out as I go. Mid-site, presence is made there for Axolotl, and there is a slow work up there coming through from Spooky. What worries me is that there's not a lot of attention going over towards the outskirts here, and Sober Sushi utilizing their ultimate to try to get as much damage as possible. But it wasn't the time. You know, now the damage is made, and 1v3. Potential is definitely there, but the out from Starbound's looking scary.
3 seconds on a recon here for Sober Sushi, but such a tall task.
Yeah, one slight peek and you're done.
One of those moments where it's just not even worth it, especially with the fact that, you know, they forced into this round trying to support that operator here as well, and looking to scoop that one back up here for Sober Sushi. So op at the very least does get saved over on the side of MVSK, but again, knowing that Starbound is pulling out that attacking sided operator, it changes things a lot, right? Fel has to be little... I had to hold my breath for a second there because they're looking to hunt Sober Sushi down. Gets away with the skin of their teeth, but Gomper's back to what I was saying. That makes it that much more daunting for any of those angles to be taken by Fel, knowing that Starbound could be on the other side, either looking to punish or looking to peek into them as well, because we just know how good Starbound is on that operator, is one of the best oppers in Game Changers, and that's definitely, I think, tough to get face checked in that first fight like that.
No, it's intense. Who expects Starbound to really pull out the op, not playing onto that Killjoy role? It's not something that, you know, you really prep for. Unfortunately, it's just the harsh reality of it. But Spooky is retaliating. So maybe something good comes through from that. The holds are definitely something that we do need to see. So I'm kind of liking the op pick. It is a little risky, though, with this weird buy that we do have going on.
Yes, I mean, it was saved, right, by Sober Sushi in the last
yeah,
round.
yeah,
So
yeah.
I think it's more of a conversation of how they want to use it right now, especially knowing that the rest of the team is going to be on this really awkward buy situation. Trying to really maximize, I think, the value from it. It will go back over towards that A site at the very least, but we're seeing a little bit of a shift now in what this setup is going to be looking like. You have that trip over at B, since we have more players now focusing on the extremities of this map.
Just waiting. I'm not quite sure if like peeking out of here is the best bet. I do like the working with the drone to try to catch them off guard, but yeah, Axolotl obviously having a second player there to kind of respond to that.
Hey.
Walking down now. Carly, this timing could be so good for Carly and Spooky. It doesn't matter, St. Claus is still gonna get away. Look at the way they flipped that. A great reaction here from Axolotl to chase these players down long.
So much in. It does give them a bit more room to plan around towards C. And that's a great pick off Carly, so they know the smokes are gone. Spooky's following up with it. 3K to really keep Axolotl, honestly, with their head held high. Yeah, just having to save at this point.
Yeah, tough situation here. Again, I mean, how many? This is what, 3 rounds in a row now that operator has been saved here for MVSK. Really not looking to have that impact that we're looking for. And again, I mean, in this round, this is not on Fel, right? Like, they were on the complete opposite side of the map from where Axolotl was looking to hit. But it does kind of leave some questions that were begging to be answered, right, Gompers? Because how we're playing a little bit more tough on one side of the map, obviously, is not working out well. Somehow, the operator is still getting saved into this round after that. The gambles just haven't been there for the operator, or even if it's not there for the operator, right? You're kind of hoping that the op is posted on a line that's going to give you enough information to pivot around the map, so that even if no one's walking into the scope, it gives you that just like positioned information. And MVSK are still not able to find the answers on how to capitalize on that. Ooh.
Now was a pretty good time to see what the op could do, especially with everybody here positioned over towards A for Axolotl. So that's going to be a really good push back, missing out on that neon play. Australis doesn't have the ult, so a bit of precaution. Getting themselves onto the site. The spike goes in first, unfortunately, so now it goes down. Miara and Fel taking Australis and Starbound's life with them. At this point, A site is not looking good. And the op, it's made its due diligence. It's applied that pressure that we really needed to see here.
Definitely has one smoke now up for St. Claus, a shrouded step out towards short, but this is tough. 2 players on the side of MVSK also grouped together, Logic and Carly over at long. Impossible here for St. Claus to get away with this one, and an important round for MVSK to take away. Like, this was a must-need round for them in this half, right? They've been saving this operator so many times now. They're back into a buy situation. They could not afford it to lose that one, so huge to walk away with that retake.
Yeah, that was honestly such a good play. I mean, Fel was definitely itching for some sort of pick. At some point, you kind of got to reassess, is it worth it, you know, to have that op. So I do like the proactivity that we're seeing here, especially now the migration over towards C.
Yeah, certainly. And you've also got that like extra insurance as well. If they want to try and chase Fel down with that operator, there's still the trips being held there as well to allow that safe fallback.
I'm out of here.
And you've just got on the other side of the map, Axolotl. They're trying to sell this fake over at that A site simply from Terra's presence.
Nowhere to run.
Completely baited out that the dash, unfortunately. And it does seem like Axolotl are going to make that first hand pick over towards the A site. That's going to feel good. The op is not really an issue right now. They haven't lost anybody. So the player advantage is there.
Yeah, it definitely is. I love this take from Axolotl. You got the plant going down here as well,
Spike
having that
planted.
run it back now online for Astralis into the post plant if they really need it. On top of that, Starbound also working in that late wrap.
So having Blade Storm, worst case scenario for not really feeling the off in this very moment, but the Starbound, I mean, losing out on 3 players already off that flank and timing alone is brutal.
And that's a hole that you have to be aware of in this situation. They invested both of those trips onto the C site that operator was holding. And there was that heads up understanding of, okay, there could be someone walking through B. I think we did originally see Carly. Looking back, MVSK, they did know. But the timing was so good, and that hole was forgotten about as MVSK was trying to actually flood onto the site. Great post-plant stall from the rest of the team of Axolotl, so that Starbound could actually get that timing down pat. But a huge head-to-head battle that we're about to see here, potentially in the long, or C-long.
Taken down. Unfortunately so, Axolotl really rushing in, and this time utilizing as much utility as they can to gain enough ground to move themselves over towards the back end side, so not too preoccupied about those extremities. They've got it. That was such good teamwork to make sure they were playing together to isolate those refrags here.
Both players on that flank now here for MVSK.
One enemy remaining.
I would technically say it's over. I mean, with 8 health left here for Logic, it's very, very hard 1v3, 1v4 to win a battle unless you do something crazy. But no, round win, timing, not really on their side here.
I'll make them remember. They're only human.
Okay. MVSK. The operator back into the hands here of Fel. We have on the side of the Axolotl. Lockdown up, run it back here as well. Unfortunately, no Hunter's Fury is available now for Sober Sushi to look to counter that on top of that, which is why we're seeing this very aggressive lean outside of A from the side of Axolotl. But actually, it will be that contention here from long, but not contesting short where you're expecting to go down. It doesn't even matter.
Joke's over! You're dead!
No, and that's not okay. Inside of the smoke, felt having honestly an advantage with that. Of course, doesn't matter at the end of the day, especially with Australis chasing you down off of the site. A site not looking too good in regards to retake here for MVSK. There is an ultimate that we can see that run it back.
Planted.
Going up! Come on, let's go!
I mean, now we're going to be able to see that pop out. See exactly what it can do. Unfortunately, it does get shut down, so it stops the entry for a couple seconds. Sober Sushi looking to make some information work, but underneath in hell, you know, they have this cross and Miara is able to hold, but Logic is running it down. Didn't even need to run it back, and at this point, with the lockdown, it might just give them something to work with. They know exactly where Logic has to be to make sure that they were not detained. And all they need to do is wait. Play with the yacht, make the shot happen! And Logic is the one to take the round away.
A huge round win here for MVSK. Logic being able to win this one out for their squad. Absolutely massive. That is tough. Now that operator also gets to get thrown back into the hands of Fel here as well. Insane retake there from MVSK with the adjustments, those investments of like the ultimates there as well. Overall, just crazy. On top of that, girl, Logic is like one away from the run it back again now too.
Yeah.
Like, it just insane.
Oh my gosh. And that's not good because you just have to run it back. It obviously posed a bit of a threat to you and the entire team, and now you're going to be able to see it again. So Logic does get taken down early. That's going to be a blessing in disguise here coming through from Axolotl. Now on the attack, they already have the A side.
Yeah. Axolotl really banking on the fact that MVSK wouldn't expect that quick burst towards A once again. 4v3 into the post plant. If you look at the utility that we have to work here with as well for Axolotl and the positioning, it's going to be really hard for these two players on MVSK to look to break back in despite the paranoia.
Revealing area.
Yeah, don't have a good turnaround rate when they don't have the player advantage here for MVSK. 3 rounds of which they've won. A larger amount of players on the board here. Spooky's just trying to keep that off alive, but cannot do it. So the round win over to Axolotl again. And this being the last round is a bit scary. You know, 8-3, it's not favorable. But we'll see.
Yeah, definitely not. Tough here for MVSK on their map pick, that is for certain. Axolotl also, they do have a run it back to work with. Granted, MVSK, even though they don't have the best buy, they have some really impactful ultimates into this round. And again, we've seen how good Sober Sushi can be at ensuring that value is garnered from that Hunter's Fury in the past. Logic as well, we just saw what they were able to do on that A site.
Oof. Brought down in a matter of seconds, not able to use any of your smokes here. And that's not good, right? We know that this is the last round of this half, already missing out on a very, very important piece of the puzzle here is not good, and getting zoned out of your own location. Of course, Hunter's Fury is doing the work here, but a bit too late. Not a lot of damage, yeah, absolutely insane. Just a flawless round coming through from Axolotl.
Really nicely done here from Axolotl. And on the map pick of MVSK, again, like we mentioned beforehand, switching sides now. And for the side of MVSK, this is where I kind of wonder, okay, we might see them come alive a little bit more, right? An opportunity for Fel and Logic to control that tempo a little bit, as opposed to being a bit more at the whims of Axolotl, who were in that driver's seat, definitely on that attacking side. So it could definitely be the difference maker, especially with how aggressive, I guess, we also know that these two duelist players can definitely be. They're leading outside of a C site that's honestly looking pretty light when it comes down to that stall ability at the moment, so.
Gonna see it. I mean, even then, moving over towards the C site, there is a bit of room here for Starbound to wait for this team to make that flank happen. But Spooky, this is a bit scary. In due timing, I think Spooky could most definitely catch this flank around and make it almost impossible for this team to get this retake in. But timing is of the essence here. Already moving in towards the B site, being way too late. Axolotl making havoc on the C site and moving in as they please. So the drone opening things up even more. Of course, there's a couple, at least one more flash that we can utilize here from Australis, and that they will do. The headshots coming through. Axolotl working together, and St. Claus looking for the last pick to come through on Spooky. And there it will be. So 10-3 here for Axolotl.
Nice pistol round picked up here from Axolotl. Gompers, I like what MVSK were doing though. Like the way they reacted to Spooky's information on that flank. Spooky fully tucks back in attacker side spawn, has that long trip as well. So there's a full understanding from us that the entirety of Axolotl, who was on that flank, which was about like 3 players, I believe, is moving through mid. They're gonna look to retake through like garage / CT, and the reaction for MVSK is to push into CT. They want to take control of one of those lanes, ensure that there isn't that opportunity for Axolotl to try and swarm. But the heroics out from just the pure firepower of Axolotl, really nicely done. Now though, their backs being up against the wall, I'm actually a little bit surprised not to see the buy up happening here for MVSK. And with Sober Sushi going down so early, this slows things down even more on this eco round, Gompers, when you think about the lack of information they now have to really work with from the initiator.
That's gonna damage things a bit. I mean, if there was chance before, it definitely diminished. Losing out on all that information utility, like you said. So, I mean, kind of just waiting, right? One pick is all it really takes. And fell really close to it with that information. It does stall a bit over towards B, so it gives leeway to A, allows them to feel a bit more confident moving over, though losing 2 players upon the entry does not make it any easier to swallow that pill.
Really about trying to find like a pick, otherwise there isn't much to be said in this round here for MVSK.
30 seconds left. Last player standing. Spike down.
That as well. Astralis just one away from getting that run it back online. They're looking to feed Fell to her. That is a flawless round will come through. Gompers, we're 11-3 on MVSK's map pick here. One away from match point. MVSK, they save so they can try and battle and keep match point honestly away for as long as possible into this one. But now you're heading up against a very healthy bonus from Axolotl with a run it back in Australis' pocket as well.
Yeah, there isn't much worry for them. They're not like, they don't have the same weaponry, but just having that run it back alone is so huge for this team. And it gives them essentially like an extra life. So, I mean, information given away. Of course, they're not going to act on that just yet. This team is very, very prevalent for switching up sites.
Grown-up's not going to find anything here for MVSK. Yara more than happy to fall back and off of this site. Knowing that they have that run it back available for that protocol on the side of Axolotl. Not wanting to take any risk of anybody looking to fall early. Trying to play that numbers advantage as much as possible with those trades.
That's done.
Patience is key here. Maybe just a bit too much. They do have the A site, which is great for MVSK. But if we're looking at it, we
Spike
still do have that run it back. Very, very, very scary.
And with Spooky down now too. Look at 3 players on the flank and MVSK, they don't know.
Now, and oh, I like that. Okay, the pre-fire into spawn is actually beautiful. So they did completely shut that down. Terror is, I mean, really just sandwiching this team in, and teamwork makes the dream work at the end of the day, right? 3K coming through from Starbound. That, in reality, was just, that was just awesome. I don't know.
It was really nicely played there by Axolotl. The understanding of, okay, now that you've got the Cypher out of the picture, you don't have to worry about Spooky anymore. Let's activate 3 people on that flank. We're going to have the distraction of the retake coming in from Australis with the run it back through CT. And with that ultimate going out, that's when we're going to make our move for our flank players to work up. And it was just very perfectly executed on that crunch. Now, final rounds here, potentially, for the side of Axolotl to get in the bag before we can take this map home for them. And for MVSK, we have a Hunter's Fury to work into this round somehow, and one away from that run it back for Logic as well.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Pretty quick entry onto site. A huge shutdown through from Terror, though. Knowing that Fell was going to do just that. The updraft and dash in.
I mean, they got plant down, but they barely have control of this site. They don't even have backside control. This is so awkward.
Oh, and they just droned it off, too. So now it's there. You literally can't take it back. And Starbound has the front end, making sure to give away to the information. Axolotl, they've won it out. It was honestly clever, the way that they were playing. It's unfortunate, too, because positioning there for MVSK, they didn't utilize their time too wisely, but for the showing, I was honestly incredibly impressed. 13-3 definitely isn't the way a team wants to go, though, unfortunately, but we do have a second map, so I'm not gonna be too crazy on that. You know, first game of the day, guys. First game of the day.
First game of the day here. Round 2 of Swiss stage. Pressure's not on too hot quite yet, but I do think that, again, we did see that bit of like a gap in experience, here between Axolotl and MVSK Secret, even though, you know, Axolotl, this is a roster that was like thrown together ahead of this group, of this stage here of Swiss. They look so good. These individuals were absolutely popping off. I think that Australis on the Phoenix is looking awesome. Starbound, of course, the Op and Killjoy is going to come out. There's no surprise there. But it's a big question of whether MVSK are going to be able to bounce back into the next map, because we're heading to Axolotl's pick next.
Axolotl's. We did see a slightly closer game when the map pick kind of switched over for SRG, so I'm hoping this time around, you know, that it does switch around. I do want to see a lot more Valorant and not the same 13-3 as before, because there is a lot of potential within this team of MVSK. Like you said, it's just that experience that we might need a little bit more of. But we will be right back. Please do not go anywhere. We have our second map of the series.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
All right, are you guys excited? Because I'm excited. We're back in it. And we got a second map for you guys. I know. Did you grab your popcorn? Because it's going to be a while. At least I'm hoping so. Last map, 13. I believe it was like a 13-5. So quite unfortunate. Maybe I'm wrong. Actually, correct me if I'm wrong. 13-3. I am wrong. I literally lied to you straight to your face. But it's okay. Ash, we got to see a little glimpse of what this team was packing. I want to get into it a little bit with you.
Yeah, I think that for Haven, we had a bit of a higher expectation for this map to be closer than it ended up being. Kind of knowing that MVSK Secret, to be fair, we knew they were the underdog going into this matchup, right? But with their reps on Haven, with their comfort on Haven, we expected a little bit more out of them. But man, AXL showed up. They continued to prove why, even though this is a team that has like come together as a free agent team after the end of last stage, heading into this stage 2 of GC, they did not come to play. And these individuals, even though have been like on different rosters over the past like couple of years and whatnot, their individual experience shone through so much in today's match and just like general mechanics. They were absolutely frying in that server, and you could see a little bit of that experience diff, if we are going to be honest, in what we just saw here on Haven.
Yeah, a lot more synergy, and there was a lot of space that it felt like it was almost forgotten a lot of the time here for MVSK. Whether it be backside, you know, really splitting things 50-50, struggling a bit in that regard. So Silver Sushi, though, did a spectacular job at really keeping things at bay. I will actually say Spooky did as well, you know, in regards to what that defensive round was looking like, but you can't beat it, right? Axolotl, they just had such a good game, 16-5, 15. It's so split down the middle when you're looking at these KDs and these first kills here. Starbound with 5, which was insane. Obviously playing with the op for them, so it made it a lot easier to almost apply that pressure. But kind of excited, though. We're going into the second map. The second map is of which I'm a bit worried about because we're going to Axolotl's map pick, so that in itself is something that we do need to look out for.
Yeah, heading into Lotus next, I think, is going to be definitely interesting. I feel like for the side of Axolotl, they're going to feel really confident going into this, right? Like winning out 13-3 on that map, and not just like the way that they did it, but I think the confidence, the comfortability, but also seeing like they weren't just like running over Mask on Haven. They were doing their set plays. They were still practicing those drills, making sure that those like calls and whatnot were on top of it. I think that for Lotus, those are also really important, especially when it comes down to like fighting for that rubble control, fighting for that mound control. And that gives me, I think I'm just like really excited. It just gives me a feeling of excitement to see what Axolotl are going to be bringing to the table here on Lotus, after already seeing like some of the combos, some of the plays that they're doing with the mollies on Haven as well. The contention of these early fights for the extremities of the map are going to be, I think, really fun to see. Also pretty high octane at sometimes too.
Yeah, it does seem like we have a bit of a mirror composition as well when it comes to Lotus. I mean, the only difference being Neon instead of Raze for MVSK. 13-4 though, the last time we did get to see Axolotl play into this particular map. It was against Los Chudeles, and it looked really good. I'm not gonna lie to you. The synergy was there. I did like what we were seeing come through from the Vise in that role. I believe it was Starbound. Starbound was playing into the Vice. So, I mean, we did get to see briefly what Starbound is packing today. So, obviously, Starbound is going to be playing a very, very good game here on Lotus. Shutting that down is going to be essential. But I'm excited for this Lotus map. Like you said, right? We have something different that we could be looking forward to. I do think Haven is a bit of a different vibe. Lotus does give a bit more leeway to early information.
Yeah, I think I'm also just like generally excited to see Fel on the Neon as well, heading into Lotus as well. On top of that, like there's literally no shade to Fel's Jet. I think Fel's Jet is also great, but I do think that being on that Neon, it does give like the ability for Fel to be a bit more self-sustainable, right? With like the relay bolt and whatnot, being able to set themselves up for a little bit more of that success. So I think for her, that's also a little bit of a difference maker, something that I'm going to have my eye out on. She won't necessarily have to always rely on someone on Mask to be able to like set her up at times. So a little bit more freedom in that kind of regard. But having that Neon versus the Raze as well, you're also trading off the fact that with the Raze, you have that nade that can deal with that Vice utility, something that is not going to be in the arsenal of Mask's Secret, so they're not going to be able to nade those vines out. Granted, I'm sure they'll be just fine when it comes down to triggering that wall early at the very least.
Ooh, starting off on defense, definitely, I think is a really good sign, especially with the Raze that we're seeing from Terror, to be honest. I will say it's a bit scary. As long as we play pretty synergistic here, which I don't think Axolotl struggles with, if I'm being completely honest with you. So I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing, you know, with this difference in composition, we're seeing a different Sentinel here for MVSK, starting off on the attack, which was pretty... I guess we'll see. We'll see how exactly that's going to play out for them.
Yeah, it's definitely always kind of interesting here for Mask Secret as well, because for this squad, even though the core did qualify through closed qualifiers together, there's only 3 of those core members that actually stuck onto this team heading into the main event. So Versushi and Carly being the 2 new additions. So it's also been some adjustments for this squad as well, right? Kind of adjusting to those protocols. So look how Fel is already in Waterfall, taking out 2 players, anchoring down that seaside.
Oh, that was awesome. Exactly what we would need to see. There's that level of aggression that you can't do anything about in reality if you're Axolotl there. So, really, really good start to this pistol round. Now just gonna have to keep the post plan. We do have player advantage, especially with Logic working themselves around the back. Very, very sneaky. And nobody knows. This is dangerous though. Timing is of the essence. Axolotl slowly making way, and Logic is a little too late. So the work that Fel has put into this round might have just gone to waste. Doesn't even know where the spike is. Unfortunately, now Australia's following up, and the defusal's theirs.
Really nicely done here from Axolotl. That is insane when you think about how this round started, right? Like, you have Fel literally in Waterfall, running up on the 2 players that were anchoring that seaside between Starbound and St. Claus. And then Axolotl are able to find the retake down 2 players at the beginning of the round. Like, just absolutely insane stuff to come through there. Great value from Miara as well. Like, that impact was just crazy to see.
I'm seeing potential though. You know, a huge aggression from Fel that I didn't really get too much of last game playing onto that jet. Seeming as Neon is a bit more comfortable here on the Lotus map, but information comes through. They know nobody's outside of that smoke here on the defense.
It's a question of what the plan is here for Mask as well. We have that spike traversing into tree. Fel is gonna fall as well, but the lurk is still on the other side of the map here. For Spooky, I don't know if Spooky's just trying to keep some attention from Axolotl on the seaside, but no. 55 seconds left. It will be that walk away. Spooky getting that timing here on Starbound.
Oh. And not securing that kill is dangerous, because now you can't even really work yourself onto site as flawlessly as you would have liked. So you have to work with the team here, especially now with that rotation and information given away. Axolotl playing with time.
Going even further back with that haunt that comes out, right? But look at Axolotl again, flipping things around, opening this door, retaking from main.
Yeah, that's dangerous. Vulnerability set down on Logic, but Logic, luckily enough, actually makes a shot. So just a bloodbath over towards the seaside. The defusal is pretty much donezo, because at this point they have every single angle covered, and there is no rush.
No, there really isn't. I think that what we're seeing right now is kind of some of the concerns that we had heading into this map of Lotus, right, Gompers?
Yeah.
These 3-site maps, while Lotus and Haven are very different in the sense that Lotus, I think, has some faster rotations because you have like those rotating doors to work with. You have breakable door. It is a bit of the pathing is very different compared to Haven, but you also have like really big high risk reward balance between that map control and when you're reacting to take space back. And from what we saw in Haven, Axolotl were so good at that. It leaves me really worried here for MVSK to start things out, and I want to be convinced by a strong anti-eco round to come in here for round 3 here for Mask.
I'm gonna need something incredibly strong. I do like the synergy we're seeing. Playing together is key in all reality. You know, you have so much to work with here. The worst thing you can do is not play together. Now I'm rotating over towards the site. St. Claus in such a good position to really hold this push back. There it goes.
Oh, they heard that step.
And Starbound just sitting back. That's so unfortunate. Starbound does manage to take one. And that is going to be Fel. So Fel isn't able to really work themselves over towards Waterfall, clear up the entirety of backside. And this is bad. MVSK have a bad habit at leaving 50% of the site over to Axolotl. That's why they get sites so freely, but I'm kind of liking this high-low, maybe playing a bit too together here. Starbound stuck in this 1v2, but this is good. I mean, the best case scenario that could have happened for this team here of MVSK. Just diminishing these numbers. Not a lot of utility to work with, so they're just going to have to find a way. Move over towards the backhand side. They don't have a lot of time to be dealing with here. Yep, and Spooky clears it.
A much needed round win here for MVSK. They had to win that one there for round 3. I think also just honestly to get a little bit of that momentum back from Haven as well. Want to make that one clean. Unfortunately, did drop a couple more weapons than they would have liked, but strong start regardless. And for the side of Axolotl, think back to like what we were talking about before. They react so quickly, and I want to see Mask now being able to make those adjustments to react to the same or similar kind of degree as Axolotl. Now that they've also gotten a bit of a taste of the style of play here for Axolotl from that map of Haven as well, and some of those adjustments and tendencies are something that could definitely be translated into a second map if you're reading into it.
At this point, they really need it. Having to recover from an unfortunate loss. Momentum slightly lost. But slowly regaining it back here. An ultimate readily available. We do have that Nightfall. And we utilize a bit dangerous though, because Terror sitting over towards the C site. They're not making any proactive moves just yet. Now the Nightfall comes through and Spooky clears it. This is a beautiful take onto the B site.
Great crunch here. And then you also have that Flood coming in, right? Now, when you're looking at the fact that Terror has an operator in hand, this retake does get a little bit uncomfortable without any support on that C side of the map. Terror's really going to have to rely on these A players to make an impact, and it doesn't matter when Logic is just standing there watching the angle, not allowing them to pass.
One enemy remaining.
I really like the Logic lurk. It is working tremendously. The control over sites and just like outside of sight is insane. So hopefully we do kind of continue on with that, because the aim is crazy. It's not like these players aren't mechanically good. You know, you can kind of see them slowly starting to just gain their ground a little bit.
And again, like those slow adjustments, right? Kind of again leading into their opponents' general tendencies, of like individual tendencies as well as team tendencies, right? And getting an idea of like the identity of this Axolotl roster. Well, just had that impact on those lurking plays. This time we'll be playing with the pack though. Axolotl want to face them head on this eco round. Are going to be looking for that set play to fight into this Ruffle control with C's name.
They're trying to just work themselves up. This is different though, you know, it's not the same sort of slower pace play that we got to see from MVSK. The early information given away, Axolotl just trying to play with the save round that they've been given. And it's not working out in favor for them, but this is good, right? To slowly gain some ground, some numbers. Actually, never mind. I spoke a little bit too soon. Getting everyone down, just Miara, and looking for another. The teamwork is there, and so is the Thrifty.
How do they keep doing it? Like a Thrifty round there for Axolotl. Miara being such a hero. Kind of taking us back to that 3K that we saw in the first couple of rounds of this map earlier on that pistol round. Really nicely done. That is honestly like crazy. I feel like we went from like the low of the Australis whiff, which is, you know, I don't like that gun either. It is all good. We have those moments with the Bandit. Into the Miara 3, that like, it's just an insane ride that we went on for round 5. But kicking things off, Overdrive going to be popped here from Fel, and unfortunately, we're also seeing that Overdrive tick away because that wall went out.
Oh my gosh, what do they even do at this point? That's like that completely stripped away. The ego's gone. The slight fear now rising in the eyes of MVSK. And maybe, just maybe, they'll be able to slowly sneak themselves over on the B or the A site. But C is definitely not the play here.
Yeah, but this is really awkward now. Unless someone is planning on tossing a gun over to Fel. I like this read clear here from Axolotl. It's not even gonna get Spooky. I mean, Spooky's going down regardless. There's 3 players. But how did we evade that rocket enough to survive is the question that I have on the tip of my tongue. Regardless, A site has been taken here by Mask. However, will logic on these lurks again be sought out? You called them out for these positions before and what they've been able to pull off for the team.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay, well the ult's gone. It's not like we can really use the showstopper to get themselves onto site, but this is beautiful. Unfortunately unable to use their weapon. Carly does go down, but everybody here in Axolotl's utilizing it to their advantage and knowing exactly where these players have been zoned out. So that's going to be a huge clutch up coming through from, I mean, just the utility starbound set.
And I like this adjustment here from Axolotl, the recognition of, okay, the first couple of rounds we won, it was through those retakes, the flood retakes working really nicely for them. Now kind of going back into that instead of going for something like the early fights that we had seen previously that didn't necessarily pan out as well. Definitely tough. I think also pretty heartbreaking there for Fel not to even like have a weapon into the post plant either. A bit of a miscalculation with the overdrive being popped before that wall was triggered for sure.
I mean, there's some geometry going over on A and B. C is completely cleared up. Other than the orb being set down and maybe a couple of utility here and there. But I mean, we've seen Fel kind of rush by that. Migration over towards B, though.
Migration over towards B. Look at where Miara is.
It's wraps. I don't know, like, Spooky's definitely...
What? No, that's so crazy. What is this timing? I don't like it.
Oh, okay. I mean, still a little scary. It does give away the location, but this is so gorgeous. The util was insane. The follow-up was amazing, but nobody was there to assist with it.
No, that paranoia was perfect too. If they were a little bit closer on the fight for being a different story, but Terror still finds the punish on logic at the very least. That lurk no longer a concern here for Axolotl.
Oh, I'm surprised that actually didn't catch out Starbound's location. They were kind of just maybe sitting inside of the smoke, and that's why. I'm just looking to see if they can get any more shots down. They are absolutely doing that. And a 2K to allow Terror to get their one is beautiful. So 5-2, but you know, despite the 5-2, Ash, I think what's concerning me is just the way they're doing it. It feels almost flawless.
It really does. It's like, even when you see Axolotl getting punished for something like Miara in that situation, sure, like the utility was good and stuff like that, but they were on an island, realistically, right? Able to get the one on Spooky, but not much else. And it says so much about how Axolotl are able to even like walk away from those situations. Yes, it was even after that fight, but for Terra to be like, you know what, I'm going back for another, I'm gonna check for another one really quick. It's just the decision making. I think also the synergy, the way they trade each other out looks a lot more natural, it feels like, compared to Mask, where it does feel like some of like those timing, some of those trades aren't quite on the ball today, at the very least.
I'm gonna have to agree with you. Timing, definitely. I mean, there's like these moments where everything clicks so perfectly for this team, but I don't know. Axolotl, they're just so consistent with it, and that really is what just drags you along at the end of the day to win these games, to win these series, right? Is that consistency that we're seeing come through from Axolotl. So they're not even on the side that I think suits them best either. I really do think their attacking half looks phenomenal on this map. So maybe we're just gonna have to wait and see how that's gonna play out now, starting back on through. Maybe MVSK has a new plan to really follow through here. Does seem like aggression is not one of them.
I like the discipline from Terra though, actually falling off of that angle once the smoke goes down, knowing that they were alone in a 1vx situation. Frat play with the paranoia.
Oh, beautiful headshots though.
Look at this clear up here. Axolotl, they fully walked out, cleared out mound. A nice jump spot from Harley to get that information though here for Mask.
Thorns down.
And that's gotta be a little scary. Two players moving up on A. Best thing you can do is go B, and I do like this call, but there is potential for a quick rotation towards doors. I mean, there's only... Spooky is separating themselves to try to fight this 1v1, but is that clever? Maybe it is actually. Oh no, they didn't even clear the angle. Didn't know what was going on. The sandwich comes in and a huge flawless round here for Axolotl.
I am scratching my head a little bit after that one. I cannot lie, because we just saw them group up to clear mound and then
yeah,
not clear mound. And back to you, Gompers.
Honestly, that was the best analysis that we were gonna get. I'm not gonna lie, because that's so true and real. Like, if they had cleared that, it would have been game. They would have won. So, I mean, I have to completely and fully agree with you. It sucks, but it's like lessons learned, I'd say, for sure. They have such a good call too. I do feel like every single movement they're making is the right one. It's just unfortunate they're not looking at these angles that are so open towards them, and then they get punished for it. So Fel's just gonna have to find a way to try to get one, potentially a second. St. Claus shuts it down though, and Axolotl again in such a good position when it comes to this player advantage here.
Yeah, Spike's down over at mound too. All about trying to find some opportunities, thread the needle. It doesn't matter, because I mean, every angle is going to be watched. Starbound is so aware of it. Logic doesn't even have a shot. Spooky in a 1v4? Sure. Maybe you'll be able to get that spike picked up, but you're still dealing, at the end of the day, with 4 players on the side of Axolotl if you want to get that spike down in round 1. There's a nice call there from Spooky, trying to bypass that spike, not give the information to St. Claus on the angle. St. Claus still gonna come out on top though. And that operator recovered here for Axolotl. Tough for Mask. Got a couple rounds there at the beginning, but ever since weapons were fully in play here for the side of Axolotl, it's been very difficult for Mask to find any answers.
I'm wondering. I'm really wanting. I liked the logic lurks that we were seeing. It is kind of a shame. Like I don't feel like we've been getting that too proactive. It feels like they think playing as a group is going to give them something a little more. But you know, playing into this slight default to gather that information, unfortunately, doesn't play in their hands either, right? So just getting taken down is unfortunate.
Here, toxin screen down.
I do think it is Mask trying to play some of the conditioning that they did previously, because you had Sober Sushi on the other side of the map trying to get some information on that C side, apply that pressure with the one-way as well. But Australis now perfect paranoia to be able to buy a little bit more time, save her life.
Getting themselves out of the way to see if they can just figure something out. The noise is there, the information is there, just looking for one, but they stay too long and they funnel themselves in these positions that are already clear to Axolotl, right? There's not much repositioning going on, and then it leaves them in a spot where they just are waiting, like sitting ducks for this team to make a move.
Yeah, very controlled map here for the side of Axolotl.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds on the clock. Yeah, you will see the spike to go down here on that B site. If it does, Viper's Pit is up. You do have a Nightfall here as well for Sober Sushi. I wasn't 100% sure if honestly we were going to see that commitment of the ultimates being used, but this is such an important fight here in B main.
Last player standing.
Viper's Pit is up, which in essence, you know, was a good idea to at least gather some space, but they hadn't gotten any picks to really allow themselves that room to kind of dominate. So unfortunate round win though. 8-2 is a bit dangerous in regards to what that win streak is looking like though.
Yeah, definitely tough in that regard. I like hesitated because I just wasn't sure if any of those ults were going to be popped, but the pip going up, I think it's tough because planting in well there, it was awkward for Logic to find a Viper's Pit that would have covered that spike and also blocked one of the extremities for the retake. 2v4, I think, is one of those situations where even if you have Viper's Pit, if the team is swarming you, there's just not too much you can do.
There wasn't a lot of conditioning actually, now that I realize it here over towards the A site. There was like that occasional push and pull, but there wasn't that consistency, which, man, the wall goes down and Logic's the only one standing, not doing at the op is there. Axolotl just allowing Starbound to continue to flourish under this pressure, and it doesn't even matter with the paranoia there. Spooky goes down as well, maybe not. Hey, you know what? I was gonna say I believe, but you know what? Maybe I shouldn't have, because now I cursed.
But you didn't, and it's okay. So
okay, you're right. You're right.
we're clean. We don't need to. You don't need to air it out right now. We're all good. 9-2 though here for Axolotl and Mask. I think it's tough, Gompers. It is really tough right now. They are being outgunned here by Axolotl, and even to touch on like the lurking point that you made earlier, I feel like that last round illustrated why we kind of saw a pause on the lurks there for Logic, right? With the operator in play, it does make it a little bit more uncomfortable. It does make it a bit more daunting to do so. And with the Viper's Pit out on that C side right now as well, it's a bit of a pick your poison situation here because they want to get past that pit. And look at how many players are posted up.
And I love this ultimate. Positioned so well too. To really just back everybody off of C. So they have attention on A, attention on B. I mean, there's not really going to be a migration over towards the C side unless we do see something crazy come through from Spooky here. Still sitting over there.
Yeah, just trying to maintain that presence. Knowing that there is going to be that operator over at A since C has been preoccupied with that Viper's Pit. And with the toxic screen, yes, there definitely is a chance. You have this walkover here from Mask, right? They can get into that tree position. They can get poised for a pop here into short as well.
And at this point, they have to know they're moving here because that wall hasn't been brought up at all until this moment. So it's just a telltale sign as to what Axolotl need to put their attention to. But even then, trying to migrate over to the B site, there's so many players watching, and it's a bad call. They have no idea that A is actually cleared, and Logic is left by their lonesome looking for something, and that they will not get.
Team ace there for Axolotl to get that 10-2 half on their map pick. And Gompers, I think on top of that too, like that was a really nicely played around to close things out there for Axolotl. Like ripping the Steel Garden for Starbound on that B site, they were completely denying that opportunity for Mask to comfortably pivot to B as well into some sort of like crunch. And we're so aware of that, and it left Mask with no options left. You talked about their attacking side being a lot more comfortable from what you saw. And I do think, like, you know, they get the opportunity to control, like... Well, hold on. Now it's my turn to take back something that I said, Gompers. Because that was the last half. Axolotl, this is a squad where they've been on fire all series long. Not too concerned about their attacking half. It did also look good last time we saw it too.
We're just a bunch of haters. We're like, hey. Actually, I feel like we're a bunch of lovers because we're absolutely loving the playstyle that we're seeing come through from Axolotl. Oh my gosh, guys, if I speak, the opposite happens. What playstyle was there? That's unfortunate. Big recovery, though. We're going to love to see that one. You know, all they have to do now is just continue to hit their shots, try to get themselves over towards that A site and see what they can do. So there it comes. Spooky absolutely dominating in the backhand side. But even then, when that potential for that refrag comes through, Sober Sushi goes down as well. So it's unfortunate.
Definitely is. Fell left in a 1v3 scenario here. Sheriff in hand. I mean, we know what the GC Sheriff can do, but these AXL players have not let off the gas whatsoever. With a shot like that, might be enough to get it started though, Gompers.
I will say, Fel is insane with the aim. We've been seeing a lot of key moments here from this player, and I'm hoping we get to see it again. You know what? From now on, I feel like I should say the opposite, because that is unfortunate. Although it was a valiant effort here for MVSK, that was the pistol round. It is unfortunate they didn't win it, but, you know, we just have to go next.
It do be like that sometimes. The force up's gonna come through here for the side of Mask, though. At the very least, we're gonna see the Stinger buy coming in. Sheriff on the hands of Fel. And kind of gambling the stack over at that C side at the moment. Looking at... I actually thought it was going to be posted up into a crossfire, but they're looking actually to try and bait into the Bucky, waiting on the other side of the strip line.
Saintclaw is making some presence over towards A, just trying to keep the noise, the panic. Oh no, the information too, but that's okay. And despite that, just keeping the attention on A. There it goes. Big entry in. Fel is waiting. Oh yeah, that's gonna feel good. That's exactly what we needed too. There was a slow recollection though coming through from Axolotl, which is gonna be quite unfortunate.
I was so locked in on what was happening on C, I wasn't paying attention to the minimap and seeing, like, I'm trying to understand how Starbound was, like, all the way past Rebel. And then you had the crunch happening somehow there as well. But punishing those players here for Axolotl. The walkout from Fel is going to be punished here as well.
Oh, and they didn't hear that drop, so Starbound's not covered. Oh, actually, they are absolutely covered. I didn't even notice that there were two people watching that angle, and that's brilliant. They're just so ahead of the game when it comes to stuff like that. Their post plant definitely looking really good, and it worries me for this round because you know economy's good. You do have that hero rifle from St. Claus.
Yeah, we wait. Yeah, you do have the hero rifle here for St. Claus, and as much, even though like St. Claus might only be 8-8 right now. I feel like every single time we see picks going out for them, there's always so much impact, for sure. And this is definitely tough, I think. Mask, very broken by going into this, trying to get a little bit aggressive here outside of A as well. And holding this close angle at the very least with a Bucky, but they want to go further with how that Prowler is waiting for them all to down.
Oh no. At least one downed, but there's so much potential for refrags here. And now Sober Sushi's left alone, so they feel almost desperate to get one. And in this moment, you don't really have a lot to buy with, so it's unfortunate that you lost out on so many lives and you try to play the getter to really pull something through, but even that doesn't work. So Mask, they have to find a way to keep themselves in the game. Right, you're stuck in this 2v4, you hear the door go, beautiful shots made, this is it, potential is there, allowing each other the assist, Mask! They might just keep themselves in the game, and the information is given away. They know to be together, they know to play together, and they are still in it.
Huge heroics for Mask to keep themselves here in Lotus. A third round on the board for themselves, and a huge adjustment to be made. But Gompers, they still have so much more to do to keep themselves into this game. But Logic, you've shouted them out the entirety of this series thus far. The impact that Logic has had for this team. Being able to anchor that backside space to allow that flood to come through is absolutely massive. It's a question now of whether or not they can get another round here on the defense.
They need it. Oh, he fell maybe just a bit too much confidence leading forward to that, but they were desperate for that pick, knowing that this was just the round they needed. To be honest, there's not a lot of buys that they could utilize in this moment, doing their absolute best with the Bulldogs and Guardians they have.
They've done so much damage too, just through the sprays and through smoke. Sober Sushi and Carly taking so many pot shots from that.
All it takes is one. You know, they've kind of scared Axolotl a bit into this very passive play over towards A, waiting for the information. And there's also a lure coming along, so this could be prioritized in favor of Mask. Unfortunately, maybe not, especially now with majority of the players down, and that wall is going to be tripped, so Spooky's location is given away. So all they can really do is just try to take things one at a time, isolate these fights, especially with this plant going down. But a flawless round now just leading over to Axolotls, and it's just going to be that 2-0, 13-3, back-to-back for this team.
Incredibly well played here by Axolotl. I think expectations, right, heading into this matchup was that Mask Secret was definitely the underdog heading into this. But Axolotl, I think we really saw how they were coming together as a squad here on both Lotus and Haven. And overall, I feel like that was a really heartbreaking loss for Mask, especially that last round, Gompers. There was a world where they honestly could have won it. You know, you have these players stacked on that A site, and unfortunately for the side of Mask Secret, it wasn't quite enough. I'm so excited to see how Axolotl is going to continue to grow throughout this event.
Yeah.
When they're kicking things off with such a strong stride.
Oh, incredibly strong. I mean, 13-3s, coming off of a 13-3 and a 13-4 last series too, right? So this team is not playing around. They're very much synergized and they know what they're doing. But I also think this is such a good learning experience for Mask as well, to kind of take these games, VOD review it, because it's not them. Mechanically, this team is, you can see it in their aim, in the way they play individually. It's just, you know, once you have a team that's really communicating with each other in a way that it becomes impossible to beat at that point. So I'm hoping, you know, there be some fixes there, especially with this being the Swiss stage. So congratulations to Axolotl, absolutely deserved. So I'm excited. We're going to be able to get some sort of interview with them very, very shortly. So please do not go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after this break.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
All right, what's up, my beautiful people? It is a great day in Valorant Day today. I am LARPing right now, and I know you love it, so I'm just going to keep going with it. Thank you guys so much for still being here. It's super exciting to be able to honestly be on the desk and with you guys and be able to analyze what exactly has been going on. But as for that last game, it's a 13-3 sweep coming through for AXL against Mask. And it's quite unfortunate, of course, we didn't get to see too much of Mask today, but of course, there are other games that we will be able to get to see later on throughout the entirety of the Swiss stage. So moving forward, as for this particular game that we just saw on Lotus, it was crazy. We did get to see a couple of rounds won. It was a little hectic in the beginning. Ash, you know, Mask was slowly working their way towards those 3 rounds, but then ever so slightly, you know, AXL, they did bring it back.
Yeah, I think that ever so slightly is
I definitely.
And that's okay, because we can call a spade a spade. I think what Gompers is trying to say is that we thought it was going to be a closer matchup after, you know, round 3, round 4, and what we saw from Mask, right? They seemed a lot more comfortable here on Lotus, and I think especially like starting out on that attacking side first, that opportunity to control like the pacing and whatnot, it looked better for them, that's for sure. But again, calling back to similar things that we saw from Haven, from this AXL roster that is just so stacked when you think about the individuals on it and how these two cores kind of came together. There is not much you can do when AXL is just shooting back the way that they're shooting back, and I think the overall macro reactions were just really good too. Anytime Mask tried something different, it felt like AXL was reacting perfectly to counter it.
Yeah, AXL, every single step they took was great. It's so difficult because it really just felt like it was the same issue that we were having, I will say, with like the Shopify Rebellion game, where Shopify Rebellion was doing a really good job at just doing what they do best, of just playing together. They weren't doing anything too specifically special. I do feel like it was the case here as well. There were a lot of moments where we did get to see a bit of proactivity with getting that early information, right? Getting those lurks and trying to play aggressive on the defense here for AXL so that they could just understand, okay, what's going on with the map? Where is the noise going? What's the rotation looking like? But all in all, it really was just them being able to win their fights and play together here. And that in itself is such a big portion of what it was.
Yeah, it definitely was. I think that here for the side of AXL, again, it's one of those games where they are that overdog heading into it, and we do see that experience gap coming through a bit here as well. Like you said, a lot that the side of their opponents in Mask Secret would be able to take away as like learning points from this matchup. But there were also like great moments of brilliance there as well, right? Like you shouting out how good Logic did look on some of those lurk situations. I think on our first map there as well, we saw Sober Sushi had some great impact when it came down to that Sova utility too. So just like little things that we can work up towards, but it is nice to see how seamlessly this AXL roster is coming together as a whole, with how experienced and stacked the players are who have come together from like these two teams. It's nice to see for sure, and excited to see how like they continue to grow and learn a little bit more about them when we finally get to that interview portion.
Yeah, I do think I'm gonna try to kind of tune into their games moving forward here for Mask as well. I see a lot of potential, and that's the best part about it. Like there have been members that are a part of really big squads now, a part of whether it be C9, actually Ghost Gaming now kind of migrating over to C9 and seeing teammates go on to that, where originally, you know, we saw them, they were new to Game Changers, and they had that moment as well where they were on a team that either A, didn't suit them, or a team that needed just that little bit of push and a bit more experience, and then look at where they are now, right? So I'm not calling them out just yet. I think Mass did a great job with what they were given and the amount of time that they had, really. So but of course, I digress. I do want to talk to our interviewee, who is Miara, coming onto the desk with us. So super excited. Oh my gosh, you are so beautiful. Hi, how are you?
Thank you. Hi, guys.
Hi. How are you? How are you feeling? I mean, a victory's a victory. Definitely feeling pretty good with that 13-3.
Yeah, we're doing pretty good. It was supposed to be a 13-2. My coach is like, if you guys don't get this 13-2, all hell's gonna break loose.
Things happen. But I wanted to ask, I think, for my next question, we know, like, for you guys with Axolotl, it's like the core of Puppy Thieves with the core of Wadada with like Australis and Starbound. How did you guys like come together? Like, did one of you, like someone on the team, like reach out to somebody if you guys are like friends, or like what's like the storyline here for Axolotl?
So my first ever GC team was with Australis, so I've known her for about 5 years now, just meeting through Game Changers. And I think I've been friends with Starbound for about maybe 4 years as well. When I joined Puppy Thieves, I really had no intention on ever joining a different team ever again. But Starbound had like reached out and said, hey, do you guys want to build? My team is disbanding. And them being, you know, the close friends that they are for me, and they're really experienced, they're really good, they've had results. I wasn't 100% on board, but they told me that they also wanted to look at Saint and Iris, and Nora as well. So like those were like their other 3 options as well. And I essentially said like, okay, if you can get 2 of them, then I'll join, because I couldn't separate myself from Puppy Thieves. Like, I love those girls. They're all like so good, so amazing. So trust me when I say it was a hard decision, despite Australis and Starbound being my best friends.
Oh, that's so nice. I love friendship. That's beautiful. I mean, I do feel like that kind of drives the morale to keep playing as well, when you're playing with people that you just love playing with as well. So that's awesome. I guess next question I have for you, I'm very curious. So coming into this competitive scene, obviously very different from playing ranked, I wonder what exactly made you not only like start to play in Game Changers and play competitively, but continue to play, because I know sometimes it can be a bit taxing, to just continuously have to keep the grind up.
Honestly, that is a very hard question, because like, why do we keep playing, especially being someone that like hasn't gotten signed to like a tier 1 org yet. I do think it's no longer like the drive of being signed. I think it's the drive of constantly feeling the need to prove myself, because I feel like even once I get signed, I still need to prove myself. I still need to keep on my game. I still need to match these players that have been pro for so long. Like, shout out like Alexis and Mel. They're so good. I really do look up to them, especially Mel. Mel is probably what's keeping me playing. Like, she's the one that kind of makes me not want to stop whenever I watch her play, and like her passion. So yeah.
That's really heartwarming. I think especially heartwarming after you were willing to be vulnerable with us about how it was hard for you to come back to competing this stage. I love hearing like how close you are with the Puppy Thieves players there as well. And I guess I want to hear a little bit more about Axolotl. Like, for you guys, what's the goal for this squad, right? Like, you guys all want to come back, you want to compete. I know the players on this team always want to prove that they can be the best of the best. They are up there with the best of the best. Is it a long-term goal with Axolotl, or are you guys more so having like a run with friends kind of situation? Or are you guys like, do you guys have your sights set on like really growing as a squad together?
This is supposed to be a long-term team. I don't think any players on this team intend to team hop or really play with anyone else. This team was made to go together as far as we can, whatever it takes. You know, we have some experienced players, we have some inexperienced players, and no matter the experience of any player, we're developing players. And once we get to the point where we need to be, you know, it's just going to be a long term. I don't think anyone plans on leaving. I don't think anyone plans on breaking up. This is supposed to be long term. We're going to be together for a while.
Awesome. Okay, well, on that note, this is the last question, and then I'll let you go celebrate your victory. In regards to what you guys have been showcasing so far, do you have anything up your guys' sleeve that you haven't really been showing us yet that you've been keeping to the main stage?
You don't have to necessarily say exactly what it is, because obviously we know you want to keep things under wraps.
Yes,
but...
yes.
Well, okay, so going into these last 2 matches that we've gone into, we haven't had to show anything. That's all I'm going to say is that we've shown maybe 2 or 3 defaults that we have throughout the maps that we played. And then that's it. So we're really grateful for that, because we, you know, once like I get in the head of like, oh, you know, we lost 2 rounds, maybe we should try something else. We just don't have to. And that's the thing. We're probably not going to switch something up until you make us switch something up. So you might never see certain things we have in store.
Awesome. Okay, well, that's fun and interesting. I'm excited to see more then. Awesome. All right, well, thank you so much, Miara. It was a pleasure to have you. I hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Good luck on the rest of your games. That was such a sweet Verizon post-match interview. I feel like, honestly, for Game Changers, we always get so lucky hearing from our players, but I feel like that one felt especially touching, getting to hear from Miara and a little bit about like the journey throughout the entirety of GC till now as well. It's always awesome to be able to get that a bit more of like understanding.
No, it's beautiful. Honestly, the thoughts that Miara shared were things you don't really get to hear all the time during interviews. I do feel like it was so heartfelt and honest, and that in itself was really cool to hear from a player perspective of like, you know, just why they keep playing and that passion behind it, and just the people that make them keep playing as well. So honestly, I wish them good luck throughout the entirety of their games. Oh, it's awesome talking to people. I love it. That was a great Verizon interview, but thank you guys for honestly just joining us, and a big thanks to production for being here and making this whole entire thing happen. It wouldn't be without them and Raidiant that we would be here, to be honest. And thank you, Valorant, for just making the game. Honestly, so swagger of you. I love supporting small indie creators. It's freaking awesome. No, I'm kidding. But Ash, if you had any last words before we were to close out the day.
No, I think it was a fun day of Valorant. It was a quick day here for round 2 of Swiss Stage for us on the main stream, but there's going to be a lot more action coming up again next week, Gompers.
Oh, absolutely. And please do not miss out on next week, because it's going to be a banger and you're going to really regret it if you miss out. But thank you guys for being here and for watching and for supporting the Game Changer scene. We truly appreciate it, and we'll see you next time.